watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. A lot of things going on right now, so we're going to go ahead and jump right into it as CFO Blaise Ingoglia continues taking questions from reporters right now in Citrus County, where he's been holding a news conference talking about spending and government accountability. Again, still taking questions right now, expected to wrap up here in a minute, but let's go ahead and listen in.
How do you see this working in real life? Let's say the property tax goes away, we're still funding fire, we're still funding law enforcement and fire.
Well, the property, well, first of all, let me fix that. The property taxes, if the governor and I had our choice, the property taxes would not just go away, they would go away on homesteaded properties, not all properties. So there would still be an amazing amount of revenue coming in from local, from industrial, commercial, multifamily, sales tax. All of that would be funding government. So it would only be on.
But is your belief that local governments can function as they are, providing the necessary services for the citizens without that?
So that's a good question. So to get into the weeds, there are some jurisdictions that it is much easier to get rid of property taxes on homesteaded properties, and then some that it is much harder to do. And that's where DOR comes in, and a lot of the number crunchers, the auditors and the CPAs try to figure out how we're going to get to that number.
How do you see that working in real life for the citizens? So what will we see, what will citizens see if homestead property taxes are eliminated or reduced in some?
What you're going to see is fiscal sanity is what you're going to see. What you're going to see is a state that has no personal income tax and then no property taxes on homesteaded property. You want to talk about creating generational wealth? There's a reason why people move to the state of Florida, is because there's more freedom and opportunity here than there is in other states. We're just creating more freedom and opportunity. This idea, like the governor says, I agree with him, that you purchase something and then you are taxed on unrealized gains, and the increase in the property value is the antithesis of everything that we want to do here in the United States. It is a horrible way of paying for services commensurate to the population. So
Disagreement, but how are the services supposed to be paid for?
they're going to get paid by sales tax. Roads will get repaid by gas tax. They're going to get paid by revenue coming in off of the other areas, but commercial, so all of those other revenue sources will remain. I want to state the statistic, don't quote me on this, is that about 30% of all the ad valorem coming in, only 30% of all the ad valorem coming in across the United States, it comes from non-homesteaded properties. So this is not a huge cut as everyone would think. It's not going to. Here's another thing I want everyone to understand here, okay? How many here by show of hands were here in the mid-2000s and went through the last property tax crisis? Okay, so you guys remember this, right? In the mid-2000s, you had the increase in property taxes, right? Then you got an additional homestead exemption, somewhat additional homestead exemption. Homestead exemption was expanded. And at the same time in the history of the United States, you actually saw a regression, a decrease in average home prices here in the United States, right? And in Florida, and the places where everyone moves to, it was probably a little bit more exacerbated than that. Government lost all of the revenue that they got because of the additional homestead exemption, and they lost all the additional revenue because of the decrease in property taxes. So they got hit twice. You know what the amazing thing is? Government survived. You know who's not surviving? Taxpayers, people, residents of the state of Florida. Guys, I wish you well. May God bless you. May God bless the great state of Florida. Just know that I am here to protect the taxpayer. I will always have your back 24/7. Thank you, guys.
CFO Blaise Ingoglia wrapping up that news conference there in Lecanto, where he was also answering some questions and talking about property taxes at the end there. You heard some of that discussion about what that might mean. A couple of other things we're keeping an eye on, as you saw there. The current panel discussion at NASA looks like it has come to an end, but we will have much more on that coming up in just a little bit, because at NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C. today, they are doing a number of panel discussions really outlining priorities for space and also for the moon when it comes to the moon missions, and establishing a permanent base on the moon. So really interesting stuff. And we'll get into that coming up in just a little bit. We are also, let me give you a live look right now, also keeping an eye on this. This is Byron Donalds holding an education roundtable discussion. And so we will get you there and check in with that coming up in just a little bit as well. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, we've still been dealing with that haze, that smoke from that prescribed burn in Lake County that's really causing a lot of impacts around the area.
Well, it's really brought up a lot of debate as well, because when there's like a rocket launch, we'll know about it for days, right? And we'll carry it live. It's a big deal. Well, with these prescribed burns, they're done with the intention of knocking back a lot of the underbrush that would otherwise kind of grow unabated. And if lightning was to strike or a wildfire broke out in any capacity, it could run really hot. Florida's always burned over the millions of years, but since people have moved here, obviously those fires can affect neighborhoods. So they go in there, they try and mitigate a lot of the underbrush by burning it ahead of time. But the problem is it creates this really smothering smoke. And one of the problems that we faced yesterday is that around 1 million people were exposed to unhealthy air quality levels, but were given very little notice. And a lot of folks on my Facebook page, Garrett, were complaining about this. And one person said she just survived a stage 3 lung cancer. She was a non-smoker, just randomly got this somehow, is back at home, but then had all this wildfire smoke in her house. She lives right next to the preserve where they're burning to clear the underbrush. It's just one of those realities in Florida where, again, Florida has always burned. It's natural. We're inducing burns to try and mitigate it so it doesn't run out of control. But when there's no announcement about it or there's no press release, it can take a lot of people off guard. While we know about rocket launches weeks ahead of time, sometimes these pop up the day of. So there's been a lot of talk about people saying, well, maybe they can do a better job letting us know it's going to happen so we can plan accordingly.
Because there are major impacts for people like we're seeing.
Yeah.
But we know you're also tracking the chances for some storms and showers today.
Yeah, and speaking of, this is that time of the year where if we catch a lightning storm, it can cause a wildfire. So let's get right to it. We've got a cold front that's moving in. It's a really weak cold front, but it may be potent enough to produce a couple of thunderstorms with a couple of lightning bolts. Now, there is going to be a rain chance, highest here where you see along the coast, a live view of Daytona Beach, where there's actually some sea fog forming thanks to warm, humid air being forced over the relatively cool oceans. But that said, the fog will clear for a chance for some rain this afternoon. Now, this is a pretty weak front as far as cold air goes. It's only going to knock it back about 5 degrees. And there's not going to be a lot of rain around, but maybe enough to produce some lightning. And if lightning flashes, as I mentioned moments ago, it can cause fires. And so Florida's got an amazing history. I mean, we've got species like sawgrass, various tree species, even tortoises that rely on fires every spring to clear away the underbrush so that they essentially can procreate, right? Tortoises literally need to find mates. They can't go through thick underbrush. They rely on fires. But fires and people aren't always compatible, so that's why this has become kind of an issue. Now, that said, we've got about a 40 to 50% chance of rain this afternoon, especially between 4 and 7 p.m. That's when we have our highest threat of lightning. And the highest threat will be along the Atlantic coast. So I-95 corridor from St. Augustine into Daytona and then down through, say, the Space Coast. That'll be our highest threat for thunderstorms, and that's where our highest rain totals will fall between 2 p.m. and about 11 p.m. Now, Orlando may see a couple of downpours, maybe even a rumble of thunder, but by and large, most of the precipit's going to stay east of Orlando. There could be a couple tenths of an inch of rain even into the day tomorrow as that cold front stalls over the area. But again, the focus will be the coast. And there could be several inches in a couple of communities along the coast. Now, we're in the middle of this major drought, so fire becomes even more likely and the prospect of rain becomes even more hopeful. But with this kind of a situation, there's not going to be much hope of any kind of a dent in the drought, not even a scratch for Orlando points west. But maybe on the Atlantic coast we'll catch some beneficial rains. We'll see how this goes. It'll be a little cooler today at Daytona with highs in the mid-70s thanks to that onshore flow, the sea fog, the clouds, and of course the rain this afternoon. Warmest as you head farther south and west away from that front. Winter Haven today topping out at 85 degrees. Now, in the big picture, we've been enjoying this spring weather with comfortable temperatures, but the big western ridge of high pressure that was responsible for producing that heat wave in Arizona that made for the hottest March temperature ever recorded in the lower 48, Yuma, Arizona hitting 112. That ridge of high pressure is moving east, and it's actually going to park right over Florida as we get into the first week of April. Now, we're not going to see triple-digit heat, but we could easily see highs around 90 degrees for several days in a row during the first week of April. So when you look at the 7-day forecast, you'll see there will be some cooler days as we end out this weekend coming up and early next week. But then soon thereafter, we're going to catch a much warmer pattern. So over the next couple of days, look for highs around or just above 80 degrees with high rain chances, especially today. Tomorrow, those rain chances linger. Maybe a shower Thursday, dry on Friday, and for the most part, dry Saturday, but we may see a couple of shower storms associated with the next front on Sunday. That'll knock us down from the mid-80s Friday, Saturday to the mid-70s for Sunday and upper 70s Monday. But then it looks like by the middle and end of next week, that's when we see temperatures launching toward 90 degrees. So yeah, Garrett, it's one of those things where we know fire in Florida is an inevitability. And if you look back at 1998, that was a version of Florida where the Florida Forest Service did not do as much mitigation where they do these prescribed burns ahead of time. And we had a major drought year. And then when the lightning storms began in the springtime, we had out of control wildfires. Unfortunately, it did burn down some neighborhoods, especially I think it was the Edgewater area in Volusia County that saw some of the worst. So ever since that season, they've been really proactive about trying to clear the brush, but it comes at the cost of air quality.
Yeah, good point. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it, Garrett. Thank you.
And as we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, let me give you a live look at downtown Orlando and Lake Eola on this Tuesday morning. Keep it right here. We've got more to come on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to go ahead and get you to this roundtable discussion, it's called, where Byron Donalds, a congressman and candidate for Florida governor, is discussing education. So let's go ahead and listen in as the Republican candidate for governor speaks right now live.
About. And then if you're very successful, you hire people who mitigate your weaknesses. And so in our educational system, we have to bring that entrepreneurial mindset into education. We have to make sure that our school districts are working with our local business community. Because I'm gonna use welding as an example. We have a bunch of companies in our state who are looking for welders. They're looking for them, they're thirsting for them. And we have some kids where that might be their natural bent in life. Let's pair them up. Let's make sure that they're working and get into that field early, get the credentials they need. So they walk across the stage with that high school diploma and they're walking to a job that could be $80,000, $90,000 a year. And when I talk to welders in our state, the guys that go underwater, like I would never do that. That's just me. I'm not doing underwater welding. That's not a gig for me. Those guys are making $250,000 a year or more. This is the stuff that we should be preparing our kids for. I want them to get a world-class education. I want them to have cultural literacy, but I want them to be economically viable and have the skill set to be economically viable. And that's working with industry, that's working with the college system and the university system. It's a continuum. And we want to make sure that that continuum is real and not just talked about in statements, but it's a real continuum that helps young kids be prepared for the world that they're going to inherit. Yes, sir. Oh, you inhaled it. All right, I think she gave me the last one, and then now because I have the unfortunate situation right now. I gotta go to the airport. I gotta get back to DC, so I gotta see what. Hopefully, it's better today. Hopefully, it's better today. Yes, sir.
So I'm a college student. I'm 20 years old, and with AI changing the job market so fast, what do you think Florida education needs to do differently in order to better prepare students going into the real world? Basically, in a world where AI is going to be at the forefront, because I have friends that are, going to get computer science degrees, and they're scared now that AI is going to be taking their job. What do you think we need to be doing differently in order to ensure a better job security market for Floridians?
This is a great question. It's a very timely one. I think in Florida, in particular, we need to lead the way when it comes to embracing AI. And let's take a step back. There's ChatGPT, Claude, Grok, Gemini. That's the stuff everybody's playing with on their phones and on their computers. And then there are large language models that are doing specific tasks in just about every industry. And it's already started and it's going to continue. I think for the future of a child to be successful, to navigate an economy where a lot of computations are being done in the background, when we talk AI, quantum computing is then going to take it to a whole nother level. And that's coming too. You have to leverage technology, not run from technology. Having a young kid understand how to use it to actually enhance their skills and use it to be a force multiplier is what we should be doing for our young people. I agree with the governor that there have to be some real protections. You do not want to leave a young child exposed to these chatbots with no controls. I 100% agree with that. I think that parents should be opting in for children to use some of these tools. I agree with that. I think parents should be controlling privacy settings. I agree with that. I think parents should be fully aware of what's going on. I agree with that as well. But we cannot put our heads in the sand when it comes to the next innovation in our economy. The truth is the economy has evolved in leaps and bounds over the last 120 years in the United States of America. And at each new step, the people who embrace the change actually find ways to make themselves more viable in what comes next. And what happens when people resist that change, the change comes whether they want it or not. I want the kids of Florida to be prepared and know how to leverage these tools as a force multiplier to make themselves more economically successful. Because at the end of the day, let's be blunt, when the speeches are done and everybody's done with their opinions on social media, you know what's still gonna matter? Can that kid put food on the table? Can that kid find a girl, in your instance, young man? Can that kid find a girl, get married, have kids, and build their dream here in Florida? That's what's going to matter. That's what we're gonna be focused on. It's about preparing young people for the future, and we're really excited at that opportunity. So listen, guys, I wanna thank everybody for coming. This has been a great event. Thank you, guys. We're going to continue to work together on these issues, but I wanted you to come and hear it directly from me and also the people watching online. Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless Florida. Have a great day, and we'll see you soon.
Congressman Byron Donalds, candidate for governor, holding a education roundtable in Miami where he was taking some questions there. And the last question was about AI. And what kids in schools need to do to be prepared for AI and its widespread adoption across so many different industries. And that's something we're going to talk about in just about 10 minutes from now with Matt Rose, one of our tech experts, who is going to break down some interesting new data from Anthropic, which makes Claude that you heard Donald reference there just a minute ago. It's one of those AI platforms that you may be using out there. But it's some really interesting data that shows, kind of breaks down who uses AI and how, and showing the skills gaps between new users of artificial intelligence and people who have been using AI for a while. And so we're just going to look at kind of what that means for the future, what that means for what we need to do right now, and kind of the ramifications of that. So stay tuned for that coming up in just about 10 minutes when we talk with Matt. Another thing we're watching today, this one going on live on Capitol Hill right now, and this is a Senate committee holding a hearing on the Arctic frost investigation. That is the case involving where a number of Republican senators believe their phone records had been, their phones had been tapped, their records had been seized, looking at their phone records. One of them being Senator Rick Scott of Florida. So we're hearing some testimony on that today in a widely watched and closely watched Senate hearing. This is a correspondent for the Federalist who's testifying right now as part of this hearing. Let's go ahead and listen into this for a couple of minutes, live from Capitol Hill.
Absolutely no sense that Boasberg would not enter a show cause order to hold Smith accountable for violating your rights, given Judge Boasberg's nearly year-long crusade to hold a member of the Trump administration in contempt. We now know that Smith subpoenaed the toll records of Kevin McCarthy, former Speaker, and Chairman Jim Jordan, again under cover of a non-disclosure order. Add to that the hundreds more served on individual Republicans, including Trump's attorneys, Republican organizations such as Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA. And they didn't seek merely toll records, but also bank records, which revealed the donor base. The breadth of these constitutional intrusions is unprecedented. But to recap, Smith unconstitutionally was appointed special counsel in violation of the Appointments Clause. The subpoenas of the toll records violated the speech or debate clause. The vast and unjustified subpoenas to Republicans and the organizations that were connected to them violated the First Amendment associational rights. The targeting of Trump's attorneys implicates the Sixth Amendment right to counsel. And using prohibited access to bury records is a huge due process violation that raises potential violations of Brady. Smith and his team must be held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's start with the foundation. Ms. Cleveland, Jack Smith issued nearly 200 subpoenas. Is that correct?
Yes.
Those subpoenas targeted over 400 Republican individuals and organizations, correct?
Correct.
Many of whom had no connection to those who entered the Capitol on January 6th, correct?
Absolutely.
And in fact, some of those organizations didn't even exist on January 6th. Is that correct?
It is.
So we're not talking about a narrow investigation. We're talking about a sweeping operation targeting virtually the entirety of the other side politically.
It was a fishing expedition.
So let's turn to the Constitution. Subpoenaing the toll records of members of Congress, does that raise serious constitutional concerns?
Absolutely. And in fact, we have the PIN who notified the special counsel's office of those concerns. And Jack Smith had apparently said that he was going to consult with the Solicitor General, according to the release of the information from Senator Grassley this morning. Yet when he was deposed by the House and was specifically asked if he spoke with the Solicitor General, he said, on this discrete issue, no.
Among other issues, it raises significant issues with the speech and debate clause, correct?
Absolutely.
So much so that, as you noted, when Jack Smith subpoenaed AT&T to get my toll records, AT&T refused to comply with the subpoena because they concluded that it violated the speech and debate clause. Is that correct?
Absolutely correct, and they backed down.
Jack Smith did not try to enforce that subpoena, did he?
He did not.
He did not go to court and litigate the matter, did he?
He did not.
Does that suggest, as it does to me, that he knew damn well what he was doing was illegal and would not be upheld in court?
It does suggest that.
When the federal government subpoenas donor lists, internal communications, organization records, does that implicate the First Amendment and also freedom of association in particular?
It does, and the Supreme Court made that clear in the NAACP case.
Mr. Chamberlain, aside from the legal violations, what specific crimes, if any, were actually uncovered as a result of the Arctic Frost investigation?
I'm not aware of any crimes that were uncovered.
Would the senators, donors, organizations, and individuals who were surveilled and subpoenaed have ever learned about the Arctic Frost investigation had Trump not won in 2024?
Probably not, mainly because of these non-disclosure orders, but also, I mean, the fact that a lot of these records we're now just learning about them because they were in these prohibited access files only available to the FBI director. So if the FBI director was a Democrat, there's no reason to think we'd know about them.
How would you compare the scope of the violations in Arctic Frost to Watergate?
I think, if anything, it might even be greater. I mean, the scope of this in terms of the sheer number of people and organizations affected, and as I discussed, I mean, this brazen violation of attorney-client privilege, wiretapping a phone call between Susie Wiles and her lawyer, these are egregious offenses. And you know, if Watergate was just
Arctic Frost investigation hearing going on where they have, in multiple ways, compared this to a modern-day Watergate. We're getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. But for our poll question today, we want to know what you mainly use AI for. Do you use it as a search engine? Do you use it for work purposes, maybe planning or organization, or for entertainment? So how do you mainly use AI? Scan the QR code that you see on your screen there right now. You can also go to fox35orlando.com/vote and let us know. And on the other side of this break, we are going to talk about the AI implications and some of what we're learning about who is using AI and how. So stay tuned for that here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and our question this hour is we want to know how you mainly use artificial intelligence. So we're talking things like ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, whatever the case may be. Do you use it as a search engine? Do you use it for work purposes, whatever that may be? Do you use it to help you plan or get organized? Or are you mostly using it for entertainment? Got a pretty big split right now, but about 40% of you saying planning and organization. We want more votes, so come to fox35orlando.com/vote. Pull out your smartphone, point that camera at it, and scan the QR code that you see there, and let us know how you are mainly using AI. And the reason we ask is because of some of this new data that was just released in a report from Anthropic, the company that's behind Claude and some other products as well, that really looks at and shows who is using artificial intelligence and how. And an interesting column in Axios as well, saying that this shows what could be in the future the new form of economic inequality, and that would be divisions based on AI fluency. And so joining us here to talk about this and what the takeaways are, what the ramifications are of all of this, we have Matt Rose, who's the CXO of TechRage IT in Longwood. And Matt, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus this morning.
Yeah, great. Thanks for having me again, Garrett.
All right, so before we jump in here, I want to get your contribution to the poll and ask how you, as a tech guy, what do you mainly use artificial intelligence for?
I mean, it's funny looking at those categories. I would probably say it falls. It's almost a few things. It's almost work purposes, planning, and organization. I would loosely say we use it for efficiency. Both in the business, both personally, just trying to get things done faster. And so I think. But I guess I would almost have trouble answering between planning, organization, or work purposes.
And so I want to get your thoughts on this data that kind of shows a divide, not necessarily at this point between who uses AI and who doesn't, but between experienced AI users and AI newcomers. That's kind of interesting to see. What do you make of that?
I mean, I think it kind of makes sense. I was actually in a meeting kind of the organization I help out the other day, and they had built kind of a ChatGPT into this dashboard platform of data that they had for training. And they were joking about how you shouldn't use ChatGPT like Google. And when I was reading the article, I thought of how someone kind of on that call made a joke of, oh, so I shouldn't search chicken near me. And we all chuckled, but it's the same idea that I think there is a divide between using it properly versus, when you have that poll option up of using it as a search engine, it kind of depends what you mean by that. If you literally use it like Google, you're not going to get the best results from it.
And yeah, I think that's really interesting to kind of see this data and how some are interpreting it, essentially saying that there's going to be, and there is already, a kind of widening skills gap between how you're using AI, almost in a kind of an exponential way. The more you use it, the more sophisticated you're going to be able to get with it, the more you're going to be able to accomplish with it.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And I know we've had plenty of conversations about AI and a lot about AI security, and there still is that factor we always have to remember. But in general, just using it is going to give you practice. And the more you use it, the more you learn how to prompt is really going to set you apart in how you're going to find it useful, how you're going to get your answers quicker. So I do think that's absolutely true, is the level of use gives you the level of value you find from it.
And obviously they kind of separate the tasks into automation, which would be having it do something for you, and augmentation, kind of supplementing your human abilities. What is kind of the best use? Is it that augmentation? Is that really kind of achieving the full potential of it, or what do you make of that?
So I think augmentation is probably where you should start. There was a point in the article where it talked about how you shouldn't, using it just to rewrite your emails isn't a great use of it. And I tend to agree. that if you're only having it write you emails or whatnot, it's a very entry level basic use, and it's great, but it's still not going to get the value. The augmentation, having assistance of doing research, models like Claude, like in different ones, can do literal research search for you, give you sources, so you still want to double check them, but you can get a lot of the way further. I've heard multiple people describe AI as like the best intern you may have ever had. So augmentation is a great word and a great place to start. I think automation is a next step that takes many levels of understanding, and also understanding of really what you're doing. You actually have a clear idea of what it is you're doing before you can automate it.
We've talked before about AI anxiety and the worry that some people have about AI coming for their jobs, or what kind that kind of thing. What does this data, what do some of these findings mean for those who do have that concern?
Again, I think at this point in time, there's a lot of people that have said that. I don't know if there's huge proof to it. I know there's been some large organizations that have had some layoffs over time, and they could be related to AI. But I do think, whether you want to say that you shouldn't necessarily have to have layoffs or lose your job over AI, it still doesn't mean you don't have to embrace it. And I think that's kind of, if nothing else, if you're still a good employee, if you're still producing, AI should help you do better. If you are not able to perform your job, that's where AI can be a risk, or just like anything, just like another new employee coming in should be. And so I don't think it necessarily quells that completely, but it does show a huge risk. I know that, there's different studies that say up to like 50% of certain jobs will be eliminated. I still don't know if that's fully true, but I also look at that. If you do a better job with AI, even if there are positions that are not as necessary, if you're still a good employee using AI to your advantage, you should hopefully have a more lucrative position.
And so to those, folks who may be AI newcomers, or people who have kind of tried to put it off, what is the recommendation to kind of begin to use and maybe adopt some of these things, so that you maybe don't fall further and further behind, if that's what we're seeing in some of this data?
Yeah, I think you have to stop being like terrified of it. Like my father is a great example, and he'll probably watch this video, but he is like, he wanted to like disable Copilot on his Windows machine, and I'm like, Dad, it's not that big a deal. So I think you have to start utilizing it. The funny thing is, with any of these models, with ChatGPT or Claude, they have free models. You still want to sign in. You still want to make sure it's not learning. There's that checkbox that everyone's talked about for years. But you can actually ask AI kind of how to use it. You can basically say, how do I use you? What if I need to do this? So you can speak to it in somewhat of a human way. And that's the big difference people don't understand with, just standard Googling. Googling, you could ask a question, but if you spoke to it, it didn't give you any results. You could literally say, hey, I really need help doing X, Y, Z, or hey, I'm new to AI. Help me learn to use this better. And it actually can teach you. So you can almost use AI to start getting there. And of course, there's so many resources out there. I mean, you could probably have people recommending their favorite podcasts, their favorite YouTube for days on end. But I would almost think you literally start using AI, don't put any sensitive data into there, but literally ask it and it will teach you.
Yeah, and it's interesting to hear these conversations too. I mean, just a little bit ago, we were listening into an education roundtable discussion that Byron Donalds was hosting, and he got a question about kids in schools and learning AI fluency. And I mean, this is just something that we're going to continue to see talked about, but going to be an important skill from the beginning, that people and that students, that college students, that everyone kind of knows how best to use these tools. Because I would imagine at some point it's not really going to be an option.
Yeah, I mean, I already kind of think it's already not an option. I mean, I know there's people who are just dead set against it. I think that's of any age, of any generation, but I think it's also, if you can try to fight it, you're just going to go really far behind. It's probably the idea of saying when email came about, there's probably people who were like, I'm not going to use this email thing. And you know what I mean? Like, so it's a change to that magnitude. And yeah, it's going to be something that as kids go through school, they're going to have to use AI in a different way. Teachers are going to have to struggle with that from a standpoint of what does writing a paper look like nowadays? How do you know if they wrote it themselves or took AI's input? So it's going to be unique to see how it goes, especially for school, but I do think it's already not an option.
Yeah, Matt, one of these days in the future, people are going to be watching this interview back, and it's going to age like that old Today Show clip of Katie Couric saying, what is the internet? Where it's just kind of hilarious to watch now. But I mean, people will look back at this conversation we're having about AI, and it's just going to be a totally different world.
I mean, it'll be different in like 3 months, let alone 30 years.
That's a good point. Well, Matt Rose, we always appreciate you helping make sense of this stuff with us. What's the bottom line here that people should know, that people should take away from this?
I mean, I think the bottom line, one of the interesting facts we didn't bring up is I think it said that 57% of people thought AI had more risk than reward, or that may have not been the exact words. You can be nervous about it, and there's definitely some negative pieces to it, but I don't think it should be all that bad. We should look at it from a standpoint of skepticism and be careful what we're using AI for. But I think the bottom line is it's here to stay. Let's learn how to use it responsibly, and make sure we're educating properly on its use.
Matt Rose, CXO of Tech Rage IT in Longwood. We appreciate you joining us today. Good talking with you.
Thanks again, Garrett. Thanks for having me.
And as we go to break here, we're going to pull up our poll one more time. We want to know what you're mainly using AI for. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can also scan the QR code and submit your vote that way. And maybe you're like Matt there, and you don't have an answer that falls neatly into one of those categories. So let us know. Drop it in the chat on YouTube or on Facebook if you're watching that way as well. We want to know how you are using AI, and maybe even get some ideas from folks of some other ways that you might be able to use it. So let us know. We're going to take a break here on Fox Local, and we'll be right back. So we are still asking you today what you mainly use artificial intelligence for. It looks like most of you right now are saying entertainment, but we're seeing a pretty even split. Also, shout out to Michael on Facebook who commented earlier about AIs, and I wish this was around when I was in school. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to kind of hear those discussions, like we heard from Byron Donalds talking about that in that roundtable earlier today, and just seeing the increasing uses for that, and what is going to be done to teach AI fluency. So really interesting discussions, I think, in the future, and we will see more about what comes from that, because these are conversations that are being had right now. These are things that are being developed right now, because this is a tool. The age of AI is here. There is no doubt about that. And I think a really interesting data as well that we saw and just discussed with Matt Rose, the CXO of TechRage IT. So you can still vote in our poll there. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote, scan that QR code. I'll pull it up again for you here in a minute before we go to break. But I do want to let you know a couple of the other things that we are keeping an eye on. Over the next little bit, we're going to really dive into this NASA panel discussion that was going on earlier today as they discuss space policy and really outlined a number of different priorities when it comes to the moon missions and why NASA is taking the steps that they are, and a little bit more about what those steps are going to look like, specifically when it comes to a lunar base and a permanent base on the moon, because we know this Artemis mission that Artemis 2 could launch in about a week, as early as about a week from now. This is an important step in that Artemis mission to return astronauts to the moon, but we heard from the NASA administrator saying earlier that they don't want it to be just a one-off return to the moon. We want to go to the moon and stay there. And so you're going to hear more in just a little bit about that. So we're going to dive in to that. That's part of a day-long event, panel discussions, all kinds of things. There's going to be another one of those coming up around 1 o'clock, and then at the end of the day, they'll have more things as well. We're still going to hear a little bit more from Blaise Ngolia in Citrus County, keeping an eye on that Arctic frost hearing on Capitol Hill. And then let me give you a live look right now at the White House, where inside the Oval Office, in about an hour and a half or so, we're going to see the new Department of Homeland Security Secretary sworn in. So Mark Wayne Mullen, a former Republican senator from Oklahoma, was just confirmed last night by his colleagues. The vote was 54-45 to confirm him as the new Homeland Security Secretary. Takes the spot of Kristi Noem, who was just ousted, I guess, couple of weeks ago. That was breaking news that we had for you here on Fox Local. So we will keep an eye on that ceremony as well, coming live from the Oval Office around 1:30. Right now, though, we are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and then when we come back, we're going to talk more about this, the latest updates from NASA. In the meantime, let us know what you are mainly using AI for, and we will be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look at the Vehicle Assembly Building at the Kennedy Space Center here along Florida's Space Coast. And so I know that many of you are watching these updates from NASA today very closely, holding a number of events and panel discussions at the NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C. They're calling this event Ignition, taking a look at how NASA is executing the president's national space policy, and also what they're doing to accelerate preparations for a return to the moon. So we talked a little bit ago about Artemis 2. That's the mission that could launch as early on as April 1st to send 4 astronauts around the moon and return them home. All of this is gearing up toward potential 2 moon landings in the year 2028. And NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman says he doesn't want it to stop there. They need to gear up, because with these increasing these launches to the moon, making it really to a point where it is something that we can repeat and continue safely and efficiently to get astronauts and crew to the moon, because the goal is to establish a lunar base there. And that was one of the things that is a big topic of discussion at the this Ignition event today, and some new plans for a permanent lunar base. I want to play for you first. We'll go into some of the Artemis updates, some of the lunar base updates, but I want to start with the opening remarks from NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, really kind of setting the stage for some of these announcements and where NASA is at when it comes to this space policy and these overall mission objectives right now.
So we are calling today's event Ignition because it represents the start of a transformative journey for NASA. I'd like to begin by thanking the leadership of President Trump for providing NASA the tools and policy to execute on our world-changing mission. I also wish to acknowledge the coalition assembled here today. We have a bipartisan mix of members of Congress and staff from authorization and appropriation committees who have provided the direction and the resources. We have 35 international partner nations here, including ambassadors, ministers, and leaders of several space agencies who have worked alongside the United States in space for decades and will continue to do so on the journey ahead. And we have leaders from the most capable space industry in the world. NASA never undertakes these grand endeavors alone. The presence of all of you here today sends a very powerful message about what we intend to accomplish together. Now, in the few short months since I began this role, we have moved very quickly. We have taken action to cut bureaucracy with dozens of regulatory changes underway and more than 370 sections identified for deregulation. I've also issued numerous directives, with dozens more in progress, all focused on removing friction and empowering the workforce and accelerating logical execution. That urgency reflects the moment we are in. It reflects the reality of a very great power competition, the importance of our mission, and the expectations rightfully placed on this agency by the American people, and the consequences if we fail to deliver. Taxpayers support NASA because we can change the world in air and space and science and inspire the next generation along the way. But we cannot be spread thin trying to undertake dozens of externally imposed and self-inflicted distractions, jumping straight to the dream state at the expense of an achievable strategy. For too long, we tried to satisfy every stakeholder. The results of that approach are very well documented in OIG reports. Billions wasted, years lost, non-conforming hardware delivered, programs that never launched, fewer flagship science missions, virtually no X-planes, less astronauts in space, which means less kids dressing up as astronauts for Halloween. I don't like it, the president doesn't like it, and the American people have waited long enough for the headlines only NASA is capable of making. For decades after the last space race, NASA was really the only game in town. For better or worse, the plan changed. We formed partnerships, spread goodwill, and tried to undertake programs that attempted really to make everyone happy. The outcomes became less important, skills atrophied, and now we find ourselves with a real geopolitical rival challenging American leadership in the high ground of space. NASA has stated we will return Americans to the moon before the end of President Trump's term. Our great competitor said before 2030. The difference between success and failure will be measured in months, not years. They may be early, and recent history suggests we might be late. This is why it is imperative we leave an event like Ignition with complete alignment on the national imperative that is our collective mission. Over the past few months, I visited all the NASA centers, and I've made a promise. If we concentrate NASA's extraordinary resources on the most important goals on the President's national space policy, clear away needless bureaucracy and obstacles that impede progress, and empower the workforce and partners, then returning to the moon and building a moon base will seem pale in comparison of what we're capable of accomplishing in the years ahead. This is a step in that direction, and you will hear updates on NASA's strategy across a number of important initiatives today. But to be clear, we are long past the time for words and PowerPoint. Alongside this event today, the RFIs and solicitations will go out. Breakout sessions will begin, and as this spacefaring ship sets sail, the focus moves quickly to execution. Let's start with the most visible objective before us, returning American astronauts to the moon. Artemis 2, in the days ahead, will send NASA and a CSA astronaut into the lunar environment, the first crewed step of the Artemis program to pick up where Gene, Harrison, and Ronald left off on Apollo 17. At the same time, we are standardizing the SLS architecture with the Centaur 5 upper stage. We're rebuilding and focusing expertise on ML1 pad turnaround and establishing the muscle memory required to support a higher launch cadence. The programs we left behind in this effort were not success stories. NASA takes ownership for the shortcomings, but contributing billions more and time that we do not have was not a pathway to success. On that note, I welcome the interest from industry to make use of these capabilities in furtherance of our shared priorities. As we move forward, we intend to launch Artemis 3 in 2027 to test the integrated operations of Orion and one or both lunar landers in Earth orbit. What we learned from that mission will ideally give us the confidence to begin lunar landing attempts starting with Artemis 4 in 2028. I'm pleased with the proposals from both SpaceX and Blue Origin to accelerate progress on their landers. As I've told both of our valued partners, alongside Axiom on the EVA suit development, NASA's here to help, to provide expertise, to clear obstacles, to challenge requirements where appropriate, and do all we can to enable our partners to be successful. Should we fail, and should we look on as our rivals achieve their lunar goals ahead of our own, we are not going to celebrate our adherence to excess requirements, policy, or bureaucratic process. This revised, step-by-step approach to learn, to build muscle memory, to bring down risk, and gain confidence is exactly how NASA achieved the near impossible in the 1960s. But this time, the goal is not flags and footprints. This time, the goal is to stay. Today, we are providing a demand signal for frequent crewed missions well beyond Artemis 5. We intend to work with no fewer than 2 launch providers with the aim of crewed landings every 6 months with additional opportunities for new entrants in the years ahead. America will never again give up the moon. That brings us to the next step, building the moon base. It should not really surprise anyone that we are pausing Gateway in its current form and focusing on infrastructure that supports sustained operations on the lunar surface. Despite some of the very real hardware and schedule challenges, we can repurpose equipment and international partner commitments to support surface and other program objectives. It's worth pointing out that shifting NASA workforce priority to the surface, which has lots of advantages for safety, tech demonstration, and science, it's really the proving ground for future Mars initiatives, does not preclude revisiting the orbital outpost in the future. We will build the moon base in 3 phases. Phase 1 endeavors to support industry by moving from infrequent, bespoke efforts to a templated approach that will generate significant learning through experimentation. We will dramatically expand lunar landings through the CLIPS and the LTV program, delivering rovers, instruments, and technology payloads that test mobility, power systems, such as working with international partners and industry on the production of RUs and RTGs, communications, navigation, surface operations, and all the science payload that can be incorporated. Phase 2 transitions from experimentation to semi-habitable infrastructure and routine logistics with the aim of supporting regular astronaut operations on the surface. It's at this point we anticipate seeing the significant contributions from our great partners like JAXA's pressurized rover. Phase 3 takes advantage of the affordable mass-to-surface capabilities that cargo HLS will inevitably provide in the years ahead and enables the permanent infrastructure necessary to sustain a human presence, such as Italy's proposed habitation module. The moon base will not appear overnight. We will invest approximately $20 billion over the next 7 years and build it through dozens of missions, working together with commercial and international partners towards a deliberate and achievable plan. Just as there was Mercury and Gemini before Apollo, there will be an evolutionary path to building humanity's first permanent surface outpost beyond Earth. And we will take the world along with us as they follow along on the NASA Moonbase website and watch the assembly through lunar relay and observation satellites. At the same time, NASA will never give up its presence in low Earth orbit. The International Space Station has served humanity well, but it will not operate forever. The transition to commercial stations must be thoughtful and set up industry for success. Today, we will review a bit of the history of the International Space Station, NASA's understanding of the commercial market, the budget available to support the enormous undertaking, and the 2 potential options available to explore going forward. Now, regardless of the pathway, NASA will invest the limited budget available over the years to work with commercial providers to build the future LEO presence, which includes maturing capabilities, expanding commercial opportunities through the PAM program, while creating what we hope is an achievable glide path to commercially operated space stations. We will further signal demand for what we hope will be multiple crew and cargo transportation providers to support LEO requirements for decades into the future. Now, NASA cannot force an orbital economy to exist, but we will certainly do all we can to ignite one. Science and discovery remains at the heart of NASA's mission. Today we'll provide updates on exciting flagship efforts like Roman and Dragonfly, alongside new initiatives like Da Vinci, bonus scientific payloads on the Mars Telecommunications Network, and rideshares designed to expand the pace of discovery. Public-private partnerships will turn NASA into a force multiplier for science. We are willing to challenge our approach to Earth observation and space weather, work with constellation providers, find efficiencies with legacy missions still yielding great science, and invest in flagship undertakings only NASA is equipped to pursue. We are excited to hear about the role of philanthropic efforts that will play in increasing our understanding of the universe, so like the Eric and Wendy Schmidt observatory systems. We welcome many such efforts and look forward to collaborating with and supporting them. The moon base itself and all the components that go into its assembly will become an extraordinary platform for scientific discovery. And there is one more thing. After decades of study and billions spent on concepts that have never left Earth, America will finally get underway on nuclear power in space. We will launch the first of its kind interplanetary mission named SR-1 Freedom before the end of 2028, demonstrate fission power and the extraordinary capabilities to move mass efficiently in space. When Freedom reaches Mars a year after launch, it will release the Skyfall payload of Ingenuity-class copters to continue to explore the red planet. This Pathfinder effort will open opportunities for commercial fission power providers, be that propulsion, surface applications, and ultimately unlock the capabilities necessary for sustained exploration beyond the moon and missions to Mars and the outer solar system. Now, none of these efforts succeed without a very talented and capable NASA workforce. We are rebuilding NASA's core competencies. We are converting thousands of contractor positions to civil service and restoring the engineering, technical, and operational strengths expected of the world's most accomplished space agency. We are expanding opportunities for interns and early career professionals. In partnership with OPM and NASA Force, we are creating pathways for experienced talent from industry to serve at NASA through term-based appointments. And we are seeking to open opportunities for NASA employees to gain experience in the aerospace industry that is leading the world. Undertaking the near impossible should be extraordinarily difficult. It will require competence, ownership, dedication, and a great sense of urgency. We will recognize and reward only the hardworking contributors who deliver the intended outcomes. On that point specifically, we do not expect our partners to do this alone. We will embed NASA subject matter experts across the supply chain, attached to every vendor, subcontractor, and every part on the critical path, from Artemis acceleration to building the moon base. We will challenge the status quo where appropriate and help solve problems and pull in production. But to be very clear, we are not going to sit idly by when schedules slip or budgets are exceeded. Expect uncomfortable action, if that is what it takes, because the public has invested over $100 billion and has been very patient with respect to America's return to the moon. Expectations are rightfully very high. The taxpayers and their representatives in Congress should demand accountability from every vendor, every leader, every CEO if those expectations are not met. I know you all understand the message that's being delivered, and please know that I will be in the field alongside all of you, doing everything we can to ensure the correct outcomes are achieved. Looking ahead, there is no shortage of exciting rocket launches, but we will also inspire the next generation through outreach, education, grants, and programs that bring the public closer to the work we do here at NASA. Expect to see NASA aircraft at air shows and public events as we celebrate America's 250th birthday, all with the aim of inspiring the next generation to grow up and take humankind even farther. Today is called Ignition for a reason. This is the moment where we should all start believing again, when ideas become missions and when hard work delivers world-changing accomplishments. NASA once changed everything, and we're going to do it again. The greatest days of science and discovery are ahead of us, and I welcome your support and commitments as we continue the greatest adventure in human history.
NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman speaking his opening remarks at that event earlier today. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. This is Senate Majority Leader John Thune speaking on the floor of the Senate right now about the Save America Act. Just a minute ago, likening it to signing up for Little League, saying even for that, you need multiple forms to show your residency. Let's go ahead and listen in as he speaks live right now.
Married women have last names that do not match their birth certificates and would need to provide additional documentation proving their name changes in order to register to vote, he lamented. And I further quote, "Further, an estimated 4 million Americans have had their birth certificates or other necessary documents stolen or destroyed. If you are watching this out there, just think, do you have a birth certificate? How are you going to get a birth certificate? You will have to go through all of the bureaucracy to get your birth certificate," end quote. Well, first, Mr. President, can I just say how nice it is to hear a Democrat senator worried about government bureaucracy. The very same senator who has repeatedly introduced legislation to drown your health care in government bureaucracy is now worried about the bureaucracy at vital records offices. It's nice, but setting that aside, let's talk about the rest of his statement. Let's say you're one of those Americans that the senator claims have had their birth certificate stolen or destroyed. Well, let's see, what would you do? Probably the same thing you would do if you misplaced your child's birth certificate and had to register him or her for school or Little League. a quick Google search to find the replacement process in your state, frequently an in-person visit, an online application, or a mail-in application. It's your choice. You can do any of the above, Mr. President. And as for married women, well, let's talk about married women. Throughout this debate, Democrats have pushed the ludicrous narrative that married women will be disenfranchised under the Save America Act. Well, Mr. President, give me a break. Let's go over the scenarios if you're a married woman. One, if you decided not to change your name, then you don't have to do anything about your voter registration. Two, if you have changed your name socially but not legally, then once again, you don't have to do anything. And three, if you have changed your name legally and apply for a new driver's license, you can update your voter registration at the same time, just as you can under the current motor voter law. So the scenarios in which a married woman would have any trouble voting are somewhere between exceedingly rare and non-existent. But just in case, the Save America Act adds a provision to allow women to sign an affidavit testifying to their name change. And if their state allows same-day registration, they could do that on the same day that they vote. So, Mr. President, married women will be just fine under the Save America Act. And, Mr. President, sometimes I wonder about the view my Democrat colleagues seem to have of the American people, and in this debate, of their voters in particular. The junior Democrat senator from Oregon had this to say at the beginning of the debate, and I quote, "This bill is about stopping groups from voting who tend to vote for Democrats," end quote. This bill is about stopping groups from voting who tend to vote for Democrats. Well, one of two things is going on here, Mr. President. Either the senator from Oregon thinks there are a lot of non-citizens voting in our elections, and they're voting for Democrats, or else he has a pretty poor opinion of Democratic voters. Is he suggesting that Democrat voters are too dumb to be able to obtain a birth certificate or a driver's license? How does he think they are starting new jobs, or signing their kids up for school, or going to the doctor, or doing any of one of the 100 other things that require a birth certificate or photo ID for themselves or for their child? Mr. President, I may be a Republican, but I am 100% confident that Democrat voters are capable of obtaining their birth certificate, if they don't already have it, and producing a photo ID. Is this where Democrats get their belief in big government? They think Americans are too stupid to figure out how to do anything for themselves, and so they need Democrats in Washington to do things for them. Come on. Mr. President, Americans are more than used to providing documentation, whether that's a birth certificate, social security card, photo ID, or a passport. And I don't think it's too burdensome to suggest that we require some of that same documentation for voting to maintain the security of our elections. The American people certainly don't seem to think it's too burdensome. Poll after poll shows that Americans support proof of citizenship to vote and a photo ID at the polls. Mr. President, perhaps Democrats should listen to them. I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune talking about the Save America Act on the Senate floor amid an ongoing partial government shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security. Right now, that is something we've seen a number of impacts across the country, especially at airports when it comes to wait times for TSA. And so that's something we're continuing to monitor today when it comes to some of those impacts. Meanwhile, this afternoon around 1:30, we're expecting a ceremony inside the Oval Office where President Trump will swear in Markwayne Mullin as the new Homeland Security Secretary, taking the place of Kristi Noem. So another thing that we'll be watching for around 1:30, a little bit over an hour from now. Right now, we're going to take another break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We had just heard from Senate Majority Leader John Thune, a Republican from South Dakota, talking about the Save America Act. Now we're hearing from Dick Durbin, the Senate Democratic whip, a Democrat from Illinois, speaking about the Save America Act. Let's go ahead and listen in live as he speaks on the Senate floor.
Today, without any change on the Senate floor, if you try to vote and you're not legally an American citizen. How often does it happen? Well, we're talking about 50 million registrations a year. So between the years 1999 and 2023, in that 24-year period of time, how many people who were not American citizens were actually caught trying to vote in America? 50 million a year instead of being registered. Would you guess 7 million justifies changing the law for everybody in America? No, it's not 7 million. How about 700,000 in a 24-year period of time? No, it's not 700,000. How about 70,000? No. How about 700? No. 77 people in the United States of America in a 24-year period of time tried to vote when they were not legally entitled to vote. 77 people. So the Republicans want us to change all of the laws and registration across the United States because of 77 people over a 24-year period of time. Does this sound like a crisis situation? Not to me. We have the most accurate and honest and valid voting system in the world. There's no doubt about it. Now, try and create the impression otherwise is just plain wrong. The facts don't back you up. Then what is this all about? Why would we have to pass this bill before any other measure, any other legislation? That's what President Trump said. I won't consider anything. A proposal was brought to him to make sure that people working at the airport are paid on time. He said, not taking that up till you pass the voting bill. Why is it so important to him to change registration to vote? Because it's going to create chaos in this situation for the next election, which is only a few months away. He's worried about the outcome. Historically, the president's party doesn't do well in an off-year election. And so he's trying to find ways to diminish the number of voters in America in certain areas. It's their strategy. It's their algorithm that they're following. It doesn't make sense. We need to protect the right for legally eligible Americans to register to vote and to vote. We shouldn't have a poll tax like a new passport fee of $165 to make you eligible to go register to vote in your precinct. 50 million people a year are going to register to vote based on what we change. If it's a true constitutional challenge, if it's a true legal crisis, let's change it. But 77 in 24 years? That to me doesn't strike me as any kind of a crisis. It's a crisis that's being created by the Republican leadership to push a bill that is unnecessary. Many people fought and died for our right to vote. We shouldn't have it taken away from us because we stacked up bureaucracy in the path towards registration. That doesn't make sense. I yield the floor.
Dick Durbin speaking there live on the Senate floor. Want to get you now to the House floor, where we are hearing from Congressman Aaron Bean, who just walked up and began speaking about something in Nassau County. So let's go ahead and listen in.
To preserve the past is to prepare for the future. That is exactly what has happened in Nassau County, Florida. This year, Nassau County will be recognized by the United States Environmental Protection Agency with not one, but 2 national awards for the American Beach Water and Sewer Conversion Project, earning distinction for both community engagement and innovative financing. Out of the thousands of projects across the country, Nassau County, Florida stood out in 2 categories. And at the heart of this recognition is American Beach, a place with a unique and important history. American Beach on Amelia Island, Florida, was founded during a dark time in history, segregation, and it was a place where black families could gather, rest, and build community along Florida's first coast. That legacy still matters today, making the success of this project all the more significant. This effort, Mr. Speaker, wasn't just about the infrastructure. It was about doing the job the right way, listening to residents, many community engagements, respecting the community's history, and delivering modern, safe, and clean for the environment, reliable systems that will serve families for generations. It's especially near and dear for me. I was in the state legislature some, 6, 7 years ago when this project first started, and I was instrumental in bringing the state of Florida as a partner for this project. Today, I want to recognize the Nassau team that made it possible, including the county commissioners, Commissioner John Martin, Commissioner Hupp Huffman, Commissioner Jeff Gray, Commissioner Allison McCullough, and Commissioner Clint Farmer. The Nassau team also is recognized, including County Manager Taco Pope, Brandy Carvalho, and Amy Bell, and the many others, Mr. Speaker, that work together to make it happen. Mr. Speaker, Nassau County didn't just complete a project, they set a standard, and I'm happy that the nation is now taking notice. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, we've all been there before, watching a video online, and we pause to ask, is this real or is this fake? What if, Mr. Speaker, follow me on this one, what if there was a way that would tell us instantly, is there a way, is this fake or is it real? Hold your phone, Mr. Speaker. Help is on the way, because today I'm proud to announce a group of students from the free state of Florida who are helping meet this challenge with creativity and skill. Yes, they're the winners of Florida's 4th Congressional District App Challenge from Stanton College Preparatory High School in Jacksonville. They are Shashan Kundakukuri, Jackson Miller, Avanish Parvathureddy, and Grishma Madakukuri. Together, these students developed Truth Snap, a mobile app that uses, get this, artificial intelligence to instantly verify the accuracy of any video content. And here's the kicker, without the users having to leave the platform they're already on. By combining strong technical skills with thoughtful problem solving, the team created a tool that empowers users to make informed decisions, learn the truth, and promotes greater digital literacy. Their work is a clear example of how students and student innovation can drive real-world impact and strengthen our communities. So I congratulate Shashan, Jackson, Avanish, and Grishma for their dedication to responsible information sharing and powerful use of technology. So, Mr. Speaker, the next time you see a video or anybody and say, is this real? Be confident that smart kids from Northeast Florida are helping us find the truth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Congressman Aaron Bean talking about a new app there that can help you decipher what is AI-generated content. That could be another use of AI, because our question of the morning has been, what do you mainly use artificial intelligence for? Is it use it as a search engine for work purposes, planning or organization, or for entertainment? So let us know. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote or scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. We're going to get ready to go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll leave this poll up again for a minute here so you can vote, and then we'll be right back with more right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. What do you mainly use artificial intelligence for? That has been our question of the morning, based on an interview that we did earlier with Matt Rose talking about AI usage. But we have seen a lot of discussion of AI just in a number of different ways as well. In that education roundtable with Byron Donalds on the House floor, discussed just a few minutes ago by Congressman Aaron Bean from Florida. So a big topic today, looking at how you use artificial intelligence. So we want to know. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote or scan the QR code that you see right there on your screen. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook right now as well. If you are watching us on YouTube or on Facebook, drop us a line in the chat. Tell us where you're watching from. We'd love to say hello to you and figure out a little bit more about where you're watching. So let us know on that. Couple of things we're continuing to watch. We're going to get more into NASA in a minute. In fact, I was just about to jump there, but I want to go ahead and get you to the Senate floor right now because Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer just walked up to the floor. So we're going to go ahead and listen in live to what he has to say here. We've heard lawmakers discussing the partial government shutdown and the Save America Act in the last little bit. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Let's be very clear. This amendment is a giant cover-up. It was never in the original bill. The bill, 99% of it is about suppressing voters, about taking them off the voter rolls unbeknownst to them so they cannot vote. The bottom line is very simple. 99% of this bill has nothing to do with voter ID, what a voter does when they arrive at the polling place to vote. The vast majority of this bill, the overwhelming bulk, is about suppressing people on the voter rolls, taking them off, not even knowing about it. And it's a cover-up. When the Republicans saw that everyone saw through their so-called voter ID amendment, which is not about voter ID, but about suppressing the vote, they got worried. So they added this amendment to the original bill, and now Leader Thune is going to ask for a vote on it. But it is a cover-up to cover up what is a giant voter suppression bill. That's the real purpose. That's what 99% or so of this bill does. But they can't say that because it's so devastatingly wrong, unconstitutional, and unpopular with the American people. So they're trying to cover up with this amendment. And let me talk about the amendment. Republicans say their amendment's a reasonable approach to voter ID. It's not. It's not true when you look under the hood. What Republicans won't tell you is that first,
Chuck Schumer continuing to speak right now, but I want to jump you over to the House of Representatives because Randy Fine, Republican from Florida, is now speaking. We want to go ahead and listen into what he has to say.
Form the backbone of our economy, creating good jobs, supporting families, and strengthening our communities. They represent the best of American enterprise, innovation, grit, and a commitment to serving their customers and neighbors alike. It was particularly entertaining for me because a long time ago, back when I worked in the private sector, I worked with companies like this every day, using the mailbox to change how people made their purchasing decisions. I'm proud to represent businesses like MBI and will continue working to ensure all small businesses across Florida have the opportunity to grow and succeed. Mr. Speaker, in the last election, the American people overwhelmingly elected President Trump and gave him and the Republican Party a mandate to make America great again. Core to that mandate was a promise to restore confidence in the security of our elections, to guarantee that only Americans vote in them. This is a promise that virtually every American agrees with. 81% of all Americans, overwhelming majority of Democrats, independents, Republicans, black, white, Hispanic, men and women, college-educated, not college-educated, everyone overwhelmingly agrees with this simple premise. But this has become much more important in recent years. During the Biden presidency, the border was thrown open, and millions, some believe tens of millions, of foreigners streamed into our country uncontrolled. But worse, that administration and allies at the state and local level shoved millions of driver's licenses and Social Security numbers into the hands of these illegal immigrants. They created the means and the opportunity for our elections to be stolen. My friend and colleague Chip Roy introduced the Save America Act that would fulfill a promise that we made to prevent foreigners from voting in our elections. I and my Republican colleagues in this room have voted several times for this piece of legislation and passed it out of our chamber. The House agrees our elections must be safe and secure where only Americans determine the leadership of this country. And if you don't think this is an issue, just last week in Florida, in a local city election, someone won for one of the mayor of our largest cities. Someone won that election by only one vote. It's critical that we have confidence in every single one of those votes. But unfortunately, as of now, the Senate does not agree with us. They have not been willing to state that only Americans should vote in American elections. The legislation has been stalled, infuriating the American people. And it's stalled because the Senate refuses to use the talking filibuster to give the American people what they want. Just yesterday, I toured the National Archives, and I was shown a document. I didn't ask to see it. It happened to be a document that they showed me from when the Civil Rights Act was passed in the 1960s. And when debate went on month after month after month in order to get it passed before they could bring that to a vote. Why did the Senate in the 60s? Why were they willing to do that? Because making sure that every American had the right to vote was able to do so. Well, now we're faced with a similar challenge, making sure that only Americans can vote. And if it takes months to make that happen, in the same way it took months to make sure that Americans could vote, then that is what must be done. To make that point clear, I and 24 of my distinguished colleagues signed a letter a week ago to Leader Thune that said we will vote no on all Senate legislation, save what's necessary to get the government reopened until the Save America Act is passed. I was encouraged to see debate for the Save America Act finally begin. The Senate should debate it for as long as it takes. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, week after week after week, until they figure out how to get the Save America Act to the president's desk. Until that happens, I presume the other 23 who signed that letter alongside me will continue to vote against Senate legislation here on the House floor. Let's do the work of the American people. Let's get the Save America Act to the president's desk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an extraordinary citizen from Florida's Space Coast, Dorothy Linsom, affectionately known as in our community as Miss Dot. She's actually here joining us today on this very special day. I had the pleasure of meeting with her earlier today and sharing her experiences in the Sunshine State. She came here at the age of 19 from the state of Alabama with her 4 kids to make a new start. And today we celebrate that success in helping others in our community. Miss Dot has dedicated her life to one simple, powerful mission. No child in her community should ever grow hungry. Through the years of tireless service, compassion, and leadership, she has worked to provide meals, support families, and ensure children have the nourishment they need each and every day to learn, grow, and succeed. Because of her tireless, lifelong commitment to serve others, Miss Dot earned the 2026 Citizen Honors Award Service honoree by the Congressional Medal of Honor Society. Each year, the award is personally selected by living Medal of Honor recipients, our American heroes. And they recognize courage, character, dedication of our nation's finest, just like Miss Dot. Miss Dot's work reminds us that service is not limited to grand stages or national headlines. Often, the most powerful acts of service, of leadership, come from our neighbors helping our neighbors. Florida's Space Coast is proud of Dorothy Linsom, an American leader and community champion. And I recognize her for this well-earned award. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an outstanding veteran entrepreneur and leader from Florida's Space Coast, Alec Hall. Alec is the president of Alliance Cyber, a service-disabled veteran-owned small business based in Cocoa, Florida, right in Brevard County. Through his leadership, Alliance Cyber provided cybersecurity and its security solutions to others. But Alec's most important goes far beyond business success. Through the Alliance Cyber Giving Foundation, his team supports STEM education, workforce development, and career pathways for those transitioning service members, investing directly in the next generation. In recognition of his leadership and service, Alec was named the 2025 National Small Business Ventrepreneur and received the Veterans Business Enterprise of the Year Award from the National Veteran-Owned Business Association. These honors reflect a continued service and commitment to service, first in uniform and now in our communities. Florida's Space Coast is proud of Alec Hall and the work of Alliance Cyber. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the incredible work being done at Vero Beach High School through its career and technical education programs. During my recent visit to the school, I had the opportunity to tour programs in automotive technology, biotechnology, culinary arts, digital design, business management, and nursing. These programs are equipping students with real skills that translate directly into the workforce. Career and technical education provides a strong alternative to our traditional four-year college path. It allows students to graduate high school with hands-on experience, industry certifications, and a clear path into high-demand careers. This approach strengthens our workforce, supports local industries, and gives students the opportunity to succeed on their own terms. The leadership of the school districts in Indian River County and the educators at Vero Beach High School are preparing the next generation for the practical tools they need to find success. These programs reflect what education should be: focused, forward-looking, and connecting to real-world opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. At this time, pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1.
Mike Herodopoulos speaking there on the floor of the House as well, right after we heard from Congressman Randy Fine. So two of Florida's members of Congress speaking on the House floor, making some recognitions, and we also heard Randy Fine talking about the Save America Act. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us. Let's talk more about space, because this big event going on at NASA headquarters today, they're calling Ignition, and really looking at the future of multiple moon missions and a number of other things. We're awaiting a new panel discussion that's supposed to start in the next little bit, where they're looking at science and discovery and some of their plans and how things fit in with that. But I want to play for you a little bit of the discussion from earlier about this new lunar base. So we know that NASA announcing that the Gateway, the Lunar Gateway, which was going to be an orbiting space station around the moon, has been scrapped. But their officials with NASA today really unveiled and went into quite a bit of detail on plans for a permanent lunar base to have crews and humans on the moon for experiments and as a way station for future missions to Mars and a number of other things. This would be a phased approach that begins now with increased launches to the moon, hoping to have a moon base operating by 2029, and then by 2032 having a semi-permanent crew presence on Earth's moon. I want to play for you a little bit as we heard from NASA officials kind of laying out this plan, talking about what it looks like and what happens next for the plans for a moon base.
National space policy is prioritizing sending astronauts back to the lunar surface and also building an outpost on the moon. When we evaluated the current Gateway architecture, which is focused on building an orbiting outpost, while that is still relevant for future exploration goals, is not required to accomplish our primary objectives. As a result, we're announcing today that NASA is pivoting the Gateway architecture to focus on building the moon base. We're going to focus the resources, the people, and all of our efforts on the surface and any orbital supporting elements to achieve that. There were other considerations that we assessed when making this decision. For example, the HLS providers and the performance penalties that we're incurring in trying to get to the orbit that we had selected for Gateway, and some other challenges that are still ahead of us with developing the modules and putting them in orbit. For example, right now we were projecting to achieve the first initial capability in 2030s. And as you're going to see today, we have a lot of things between now and then that we want to be focusing on. Consequently, we're going to be starting to work on evaluating what is it that we have today in terms of hardware, capabilities, facilities, and we're going to basically shift those to be focusing directly on what we're going to do on the surface of the moon. NASA, working together with our industry partners with Gateway and also our international partners, are going to be putting together options and concepts on how we take everything we got and we make it work for us towards building the moon base. Many facilities that we were using were already designed for an evolving architecture with the orbiting outpost, so those will be easy to transition. For example, our laboratories that we were going to use for integration test verifications, we're going to be transitioning those. Also, we have significant amount of hardware in advanced state, like the power and propulsion element, which you're going to see later on today how we're going to transition that to meet one of our near-term objectives. In addition, the habitation and logistic outpost module, which is also being built here in the United States, there's many subsystems and components that potentially we could use in other habitation modules for the moon base. So all of that is just beginning today. We're going to do it together with our partners. And in addition to like hardware and facilities, the NASA Gateway team, it is going to pivot to also focusing on our objectives on the surface of the moon and some of the other things that we're going to hear about today. Additionally, we're working with our international partners to basically make this transition together, figure out how we repurpose the partnerships that we have, and we go hand in hand in this transition, this pivot to the surface of the moon. Having said that, let's talk about the moon base. President Trump's vision for space exploration requires that we establish the initial elements of a lunar outpost by 2030. What you're looking at today is certainly not the initial elements. It's more of our vision of what it would look like in the future. So when you look at this picture, I'm going to ask you a few times today to transport yourselves to the future and to the lunar surface. When you look at this picture, it's very clear that to execute this vision, we're going to need to achieve the near impossible. But this is what we do. We're NASA. We're going to have to deploy systems in very high cadence that will survive extremes in temperature, illumination, and very complex and rugged terrain with very steep slopes. Everything that we're going to want to do in the moon, unfortunately, is hard to get to. So all of these things we're going to have to do together. And eventually support permanent astronaut habitation there, which is no small feat. We can only do this with a vibrant American industry base and our international partners. And in addition to that, we're going to leverage the entire might of the NASA workforce, from core competencies to facilities to our ingenuity, to make sure that this dream happens. We're going to ensure that American leadership remains in space and on Earth, leveraging doing things that today seems like science fiction. It does look like science fiction, but guess what? We're planning to turn that into reality. And with your help, we're going to inspire the world in the process. But this picture of the moon is not going to show up overnight. That's not where we're going to end up. We're going to build it in phases. Phase 1, which starts today, it's all about getting to the moon reliably, learning how to get there in high cadence, deploying assets in different areas of the moon where we think we may want to build this moon base. We're going to experiment with new technologies that we know we're going to need for future infrastructure development to support that permanent habitation. And we're going to actually start the infrastructure in this phase that goes from now to 2028. That infrastructure is going to start with constellations of communication satellites that can also do observation. Transitioning to phase 2, which we estimate will start around 2029, we're going to think about establishing the infrastructure. So we've tested some new technologies. We're transitioning to actually establishing and laying out what we think are permanent elements of that infrastructure. And we're going to talk about this, but it includes power, surface communication, surface preparation, and mobility. And then once that's set, established, we're going to transition into achieving semi-permanent and permanent crew presence on the moon base. So that is going to include habitation modules and everything we need to keep the crews alive and enable them to do groundbreaking science and exploration on the surface of the moon. Go to the next chart, please. So the moon has a surface area about the size of the continent in Africa. Imagine, talking about why are we going back to the moon? Imagine sending 6 missions to Africa for short duration and saying, hey, we've explored, we've learned everything we need. We're going to start doing that again. The lunar South Pole, for example, it's about the size of the state of Virginia. So I think you can go one page up. Oh, there you go. We got it. This false color image that you see is the dramatic terrain that's in the lunar South Pole. The Shackleton crater, for example, is one of the areas where we're interested in going. That is double the depth of the Grand Canyon. I don't know if any of you have had the chance to hike the Grand Canyon. I have. So it's quite impressive, and we actually want to explore in the areas of the bottom. We're going to have to build systems that also provide power, mobility, and habitation around those places, and also consider lighting. Like you see today, some of these areas that are very interested for science and exploration are sometimes permanently shadowed or have significant length of shadow periods. So having systems there that can survive the temperature gradients that we're going to see and the lighting are going to be critical. Unlike the lunar equator, the ratio of sunlight can really widely change. And when the sun comes up, it's not like on Earth or different places on Earth where you see it just straight sunrise or the equator of the moon. It's going to basically hover in the horizon. So power systems and even communication having to go through those craters to work is going to be very challenging. So let's talk a little bit about phase 1. Go one more slide. Phase one, these are the top-down objectives to establish the types of things we're going to need in the missions that I'm going to talk about in a minute. We want to achieve high-rate, reliable surface access. Talked about that. Establish the ground truth for the moon-based landing sites. We have a ton of data from satellites, a little bit of data from rovers and other probes and landers we've sent, but there's nothing like going there and experiencing that environment that I was talking about, and prospecting and looking around. So we need to do that in phase one with a high rate of assets. We also need to test and experiment on the technologies that we think we're going to need. They're not a nice to have, they're a must have. We got to make sure that we understand how those are going to work in that environment. And we're going to host the first crewed mission to the South Pole in this phase. So if you're an astronaut, transport yourself back. If you look at the perimeter of the moon base, you're basically going to see, of course, your ride to the moon and back to Earth. You're going to see other landers that were there before you, and then several of other landers and rovers that we were using to achieve that high rate prospecting. So this is kind of what it would look like. To achieve that, go to the next slide. We're investing significantly and projecting about 25 launches, 21 landings in that period of time. We're going to put about 4,000 kilograms of payloads on the surface. So the payload capacity is going to drastically change. We're hoping changing the paradigm of what we've been able to do on the moon. We're going to also deploy 2 lunar orbital comm satellite constellations to have reliable comm and observation. And then we're going to do technology demonstrations like radioisotope heating units, which are key to address some of the challenges we were talking about before. If you go to the next slide, these are just imposed on the picture some of the things that we're planning to do. I talked about the constellations that will give you navigation, comm, and observation. We're going to have drones on the moon, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that later. Well, of course, we'll have the human landing system. We're going to use the CLIPS program that we have today, drastically expanding that to do that high cadence of landers. And then we're going to do a series of different demonstrations. And some of these key missions I'm going to talk about in more detail in a minute. But certainly the radioisotope heating units to survive the night, lunar terrain vehicles, rovers of different kinds, all of those are in our plans. Go to the next slide. I'm going to start talking a little bit about some of the key characteristics of the key assets that we want to put in there. So lunar terrain vehicles. These vehicles are about the size of a golf cart. There's 2 versions of them. One is going to be crewed, and one is going to be uncrewed. The crew version, of course, is going to allow the astronauts on an EVA suit to move around farther distances from their landing site, potentially going from the landing site to the areas where we're going to start setting up some of the elements of the moon base. And the uncrewed version, equally important, is where we're going to be able to do exploration and prospecting. We're going to put payloads on them, maybe some of the technology demos. Imagine perhaps a lunar terrain vehicle with an RHU attached to it, or maybe carrying something related to surface preparation to see what things work and what things don't. Can this thing, push a rock on the moon? Can we level? Those type of things we're going to explore. And here you have some of the key characteristics, 500 kilograms. It can go up pretty steep slopes. 20 degrees doesn't seem like a lot, but if there's any cyclists here, you know that that's pretty impressive. Surviving 150 hours in the shadow and about a speed of about 10 kilometers per hour. Let's talk about the next one, lunar drones. We're calling this Moonfall. So I'm pretty excited about this one. This is built on the legacy of the Ingenuity helicopters on Mars. Obviously, we can't have helicopters on the moon, but we're going to take everything we learned from GNSS systems and the avionics, all of that, to build this. It's going to be used for site surveillance and terrain survey. We want to send this to places that are hard to reach, which is, by the way, points where maybe are the ridges where we see more sunlight, or maybe are places where eventually we may want to put a lunar cellcom tower. So we're going to send them to do the prospecting, and potentially they could host a variety of payloads as well, like an RHU, for example, to to further survive the night. Here's a video with some of the characteristics. So the drones themselves are going to be independent from each other. They're independent spacecraft. We'll bring them in and basically deploy them as the spacecraft is coming in. And each drone is going to be capable of basically several propulsive hops that can go about 50 kilometers each in total. And then it's about 150 seconds from launch to landing on each hop. And then eventually we'll place them in a place when we run out of fuel, where maybe they can, if they have something that allows them to survive the night and stay longer periods of time, we can leave them there and have a function, like maybe communications or something like that. Of course, everything we talk about is going to have pretty awesome cameras. The next one is that I want to talk about is communications and observation satellites. Communications is key. We can put all the assets we want, but if we cannot get their data back, or even look at prospecting from the top to see what things are doing, or bring you along for the ride, we're going to get much lower value of that. So building a constellation of satellites, we're very, very used to this on Earth, as you know, GPS, communications anywhere in the world. We got to establish that on the moon as well. So we want to increase the throughput to about more than 500 megabits per second. We want to increase and establish a good amount of surface lengths to orbit lengths, and basically being able to communicate with our assets anytime we want. We're also going to start establishing protocols. So, I mean, all the stuff we're going to put on the moon, we want to make sure that it's, standard. And even though the initial set may not have those requirements, we want to test some stuff in phase 1. So maybe by phase 2 or 3, we can deploy those protocols and have a unified comm system on the moon as we develop other capabilities. If you go to the next one, another one I'm excited about, the Viper rover. Viper is also another golf cart-sized rover. It's built, it's tested, it's ready for a ride, and now we're going to give it one. It's going to go in the Blue Origin lander, serial number 2, which is scheduled to go to the lunar South Pole by 2027. What it's used for is going to map the water and volatiles from lunar resource prospecting. And these are critical for some of the reasons why we want to go to the moon. Some of these areas that have permanent or semi-permanent shadows have things that are billions, volatiles that are billions of years old, and we're going to go after those things and to try to understand our universe, where we come from, our neighborhood, to say in a different way. So yeah, this rover is going to get deployed. It's going to help us do a lot of the prospecting and trying to find out where are the cool places to go do science on the moon. Next one, radioisotope demos. I talked a little bit about the lighting conditions on the South Pole, very challenging. So lighting, of course, is related to also the thermal environment that these assets are going to see on the moon. As a matter of fact, at the beginning, during phase 1, some of the things we put there are not going to last very long because of this very reason. So anything we can do to not rely necessarily on solar power and allow the assets to get heating and maybe some power is going to be golden for our ability to take that forward. So we're actually trying to incentivize any of the people that have landers, if you can find an RHU or anything related to that that works for your asset, bring it on, and we're going to reward you for that. As a matter of fact, also, we're thinking of several things along this area, but I'm going to talk about this later too. We're going to put an RFI today, dropping it, for any ideas that you may have. We want to hear them. So anything in this related to this technology area is going to be good.
A lot of discussion about what the phases of that future permanent moon base will look like. Really interesting stuff to hear about. We're going to get ready to go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We're also keeping an eye out for the another live panel discussion at NASA about science and discovery missions. As you see here, kind of discussions over what the phases look like and everything that kind of goes into that. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look at the White House, where in about 20 minutes or so, we're going to see a swearing-in ceremony for the new Department of Homeland Security Secretary. That's Markwayne Mullin. Going to be sworn in. The president will be there. It's going to be inside the Oval Office. We will, no doubt, hear from both of them during that ceremony. We do plan to bring that to you live. We're also standing by for an update from the NTSB, National Transportation Safety Board, where they're going to give us an update on where things stand with the crash at LaGuardia Airport, the runway collision between the jet and the fire truck. So that's supposed to start also around 1:30. In the meantime, though, I want to get you to NASA headquarters, where we're now hearing a live presentation and panel discussion about science and discovery. We were just listening into some of the plans for the upcoming lunar base. Let's now listen in live.
We lost the cargo on those missions, but those fleets were also grounded for a period of time as a result of that. That really highlighted the importance of redundancy and resiliency in transportation and the criticality of having a robust resupply strategy. Since assembly complete, we've conducted over 110 spacewalks to either repair, replace, or upgrade space station systems. The picture here that you see on the screen, that second picture, is an image of a torn solar array that was damaged from micrometeoroid debris. Of course, that risk of micrometeoroid is inevitable for any spacecraft operating in low Earth orbit. In fact, we've done 41 debris avoidance maneuvers over the life of the space station. This particular repair was time critical. It happened during a shuttle mission. We were able to get a crew out there on the end of the robotic arm and kind of tie it up and repair the array. We've also had to overcome numerous major vehicle and spacesuit anomalies and medical incidents, like the recent medical evacuation that we had from station. Some of these anomalies have been significant, like the image there shows water that flooded a crew member's helmet during a spacewalk. We came close to losing a crew member, and it grounded our EVA spacesuit fleet for a year. Many people have asked me if the vehicle failures we see on space station are related to the age of the station. They are not. We had higher failure rates earlier in station, and we invested in hardware changes and redesign. And so today we actually have improved reliability, so our failure rates have decreased. It took 30 years and significant investment to get space station's state-of-the-art life support systems to the performance targets that we have today. We have now reached 98% water recovery, which is pretty close to our Mars target. Not quite there, but pretty close. These are some of the most complex and unique space systems that exist, and they're also where we carry some of our highest time-critical risks. Any future station will encounter similar failures and challenges. Overcoming them will require expertise, robust capabilities, and strategic planning. Building and managing a station is not easy, and it is not inexpensive. Next slide. Speaking of the space station, next up we have for you a very special message from the onboard Expedition 74 crew. If we can please play that video.
Hello from the International Space Station Expedition 74 crew. It's an honor to join you today for ignition. As I look out the cupola window at the thin blue line of our atmosphere, we're reminded every day why your discussions are so critical. For over 25 years, the ISS has been a masterclass in what humanity can achieve when we work together as a team. Its construction was an effort that required 37 launches, over 160 spacewalks, and the unwavering commitment from both industry and international partners.
Together, we've used this orbital laboratory to search for cures to the most challenging diseases, advance life-saving technologies, and prove that humans can live and work continuously off-planet. As we look forward, we need to ensure that the next low Earth orbit space station can build upon these amazing discoveries.
Our mission now is to ensure there is no gap in our presence.
Replacing the ISS is a national imperative. We are eager to pass on the torch to a new generation of resilient commercial LEO platforms that will continue this critical research and propel us further into deep space. The challenge ahead is significant, and the tenacity and partnership that enabled us to succeed on ISS today are needed to realize the space stations of tomorrow.
The ideas you are discussing today are the blueprints for that future. It will take the same level of worldwide and industry dedication, along with sustained funding, to make this transition a success. We are excited to see the innovation and ideas coming out of Ignition. We look forward to the day we can hand over the keys to the next great outpost in the stars. Thank you for your commitment to keeping low Earth orbit open for discovery into the future. Thank you, and goodbye for now.
All right, it's always great to hear from the onboard crew. They've been pretty busy up there. They had a spacewalk last week. We've got another one next week. And even more fun to watch them having fun flipping around in microgravity. All right, I want to switch gears a bit, and I want to talk to you about what we have seen with the commercial market over time. I think most of you know it has been a priority for us to use the International Space Station as a platform for commercial access and also to stimulate commercial demand through a number of different avenues. We have had 4 fully commercial private astronaut missions. We have 2 more that have been awarded and that we're working towards. The Russians have also flown 8 spaceflight participant missions. We have offered the use of ISS ports for commercial modules and a commercial airlock. In fact, the airlock is on board today and operational. We share facilities across NASA and the commercial community, both NASA facilities used by commercial and the other way around. Some of those are inside the vehicle, and there are a number that are on external platforms. We also support commercial R&D through our ISS National Lab, managed by CASIS, and also through a number of unique and standing ISS calls for commercial opportunities. After more than 25 years of crewed operations, we have seen some amazing discoveries on station. But we haven't yet seen breakthrough products, capabilities, or services that generate significant demand. NASA is still subsidizing the infrastructure costs, like cargo upmass, which is really one of the largest costs you have in getting to orbit. We haven't seen evidence of scaled space-derived product that's manufactured on Earth or in space, although that is certainly the hope for the future. We have had a lot of technologies that have been adapted for ground-based purposes. You see those stories all the time, but they haven't driven continued demand for access to space. Tourism hasn't really materialized as a market. We certainly have had a number of tourist-sponsored missions, but those have been limited, and we haven't seen recurring demand for them. Sovereign governments do have interest in flying. We've seen purchase of tickets for short-duration flights, for example, on private astronaut missions, but no sovereign governments have been willing to purchase the long-duration opportunities, even though those have been available. When it comes to developing or maintaining the cost of a station or long-duration flight opportunities, our partners and other sovereign governments want to do in-kind barters or exchanges and keep the money flowing into their own industries. Suborbital flights, which are substantially lower cost, have suspended operations for either investment reasons or to prioritize other higher potential opportunities. Though we have seen investor interest, there's no independently verifiable market research indicating the economic viability of a commercial station that is only partially funded by NASA. We welcome industry input and thoughts on the market, but it is paramount that we have independent data. Station will end. The replacement path has to be economically viable and technically capable, or America gives up its leadership in LEO.
And this this is a big takeaway for all of us here, that we have over the last several months been very transparent with the world about where we see issues and where we see challenges in the development activity, everything we're doing. And this is a big area, and we want to be very clear about this before we maybe be a bit more optimistic about ways we can go forward. But this is a real challenge. It's a real problem. We know our presence in LEO is an imperative nationally. It's directed not only that, but also it's for every possible reason we can imagine. Having our presence in LEO is absolutely a national imperative. We cannot get that wrong. As Dana said, there is physics votes last. The current vehicle we have, which is an amazing machine, will eventually not be usable. By the mid-2030s, we will have structural and other issues that will preclude it from being useful. And we have to get the replacement approach right. We can't entertain fiction on what that approach might be. It has to be grounded in reality. As Dana mentioned, as the crew mentioned, as we all know, everyone in the room I'm sitting at helped us do this. Building space station is incredibly complicated. It took a long time. Maintaining it is just as complicated. The number of times we've had issues where we, had to take major action is uncountable in my mind. We've development, assembly, sparing, logistics, resupply, all the things that go wrong with these complicated systems will go wrong. It's not a question of modern technology. It's a question of the environment that we're putting them through. And right now, the current industry that we have that's proposing to build destinations does not have the direct experience with that or the resources to go do it. That's just true. We want that to be the case, but an operational campaign of this complexity that took the allied governments of the world, 30 years to maintain, is not something that exists native in industry. There's no self-sustaining market to finance that as well, and so, as Dana mentioned, we have not seen independent data. This is the estimation of NASA. We would love to hear independent analysis on this subject, that nations, companies, or individuals beyond NASA will create enough demand to cover the real gaps that it's going to take to build a replacement. And separately, as we also mentioned, that transportation costs have not decreased in a fashion that allow us to really achieve those savings. And so, in the absence of a mature market and the current budget that we've been allocated, we cannot fund a path of 2 stations. It's a challenge to even fund one. We have multi-billion-dollar shortfall. It sets us up for a winner-take-all with an uncertain outcome. You guys know that even in non-space commercial markets, there's a higher than 50% failure rate. When you add the complexity of maintaining humans living in space and the environment that they have to deal with, that makes it even more challenging. And so, this is all to say that we recognize this challenge. We really want to partner with all of industry and with everyone that's in the room to go fix this, but we cannot continue to maintain the illusion that the path that we're on is going to close. Dana, back to you.
All right, thank you, Amit. All right, let's talk about the path forward. Let's go to the next slide. Doing nothing is not an option. We need to take proactive steps to achieve our goals. The government can't force a commercial economy, as you heard Jared mention earlier, but we will try to do everything we can to ignite one. We'll increase commercial access to ISS. We'll increase the number of private astronaut missions, allowing the sale of the commander's seat, the potential for doing joint crew missions between NASA and industry, consideration for NASA purchasing a PAM seat, and prioritizing research with high commercial potential. We also welcome ideas and input from industry for addressing any of these challenges and risks that we're talking about here today. We are open to continuing with the current commercial path that we have been on, or to pivoting to a new preferred option that I will share with you today. Let me talk a little bit about the original path that we were on, where we've been headed, and what that original path is looking like today. Our original goal was to transition directly from station to commercial stations. As everyone knows, we had planned to have 2 commercial destinations to maintain redundancy and competition, and to be one of many customers. NASA anticipated significant demand from tourism and other markets. We assumed that this increased market would also drive large transportation bulk buys, which would in turn create and result in a discount for all of us. As a result of the strong market, NASA assumed we were no more than 50% of the overall demand for a commercial station, and that the market would be self-sustaining. With today's market and budget reality, we don't have that. So the plan for today's approach would have to be adjusted. Transportation costs are increasing, not decreasing. With NASA positioned to be the primary, the majority customer, we cannot afford 2 space stations. This means NASA would have to down select to a single provider, which carries higher cost growth risk and a higher overall risk for success of the campaign. It puts us in a sole source services environment, which doesn't allow the continued competition to help control pricing or to continue to grow the market in a diversified manner. So I want to talk about an alternate approach. So we'll spend a little bit of time on this since this is new to everyone. We are looking for feedback on both options. In this alternate approach, we're using an incremental or phased approach to reach commercial destinations. Recognize the challenges that we've highlighted. This approach uses multiple providers, continues to allow for participation of multiple providers, and drives continued market growth and commercial expansion. We'll use ISS as a platform for the initial assembly and to expand commercial opportunities. A NASA-procured core would serve as a hub for commercial module expansion, allowing for maturation of industry and continued demand growth. After the station detaches from ISS, there are flexible avenues that lead to commercial destination transitions. This approach also provides continuity in transportation, research, crew presence, commercial opportunities, and overall.
NASA's Ignition event continuing, talking about a number of projects, including things about the International Space Station, which we know will be coming back to Earth here in the next few years. We heard a lot of discussion earlier today about the upcoming permanent moon base, so a lot of exciting things being discussed today about the future of space and America's role in that, coming from this event at NASA headquarters today. Meanwhile, we're keeping an eye out for that NTSB update on the runway collision at LaGuardia, and also awaiting the swearing-in ceremony for Mark Wayne Mullen as new Homeland Security Secretary. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look at LaGuardia Airport, inside it, where the National Transportation Safety Board going to be giving an update on a little bit. in a little bit on the runway collision at LGA Airport. This was originally scheduled for 1:30. I can give you an update now that it has been pushed back to 2 o'clock. So it will be about another half hour until we hear that update. We are also still standing by for the swearing-in ceremony for Mark Wayne Mullen, who is going to be sworn in as Homeland Security Secretary, and we will bring that to you when that begins as well. And we're continuing to talk about AI today. We want to know what your current relationship is with AI. Would you say you're a newbie? Maybe you don't know much about it. Maybe just do some very basic things. Maybe you don't use it at all. Would you say kind of average when it comes to AI? You maybe use it sometimes, but maybe not something you do daily. Or would you say you're a pro? You know it in and out. People come to you to ask for advice about it. You use it for a lot of different tasks, whether it's at work, whether it's at home, whatever the case may be. We want to know what your current relationship is with artificial intelligence, and we want you to let us know on this poll. So go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can also scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now and let us know. In addition to voting, you can, if you're watching us on Facebook or YouTube, drop us a comment in the chat. William, seeing our poll question earlier, said, "Heck with that." Not a big fan of AI from William there in Bunnell, but William, we appreciate you watching, and I'm sure you're not the only one who has that opinion about AI. So we'll see what other people think about it here. We want to get your take, but again, feel free to drop us a line in the chat on YouTube or on Facebook as well, in addition to voting, and we'll give you a shout out as well if you leave us a comment and let us know where you're watching from as well. And if you missed our conversation earlier with Matt Rose about AI usage and some really interesting new data about growing skills gaps, we'll have that again for you again in a little bit. It's also on Fox Local and on YouTube that you can watch that interview in full. So what is your current relationship with AI? Are you a newbie? Would you say it's average, or are you a pro when it comes to AI? We want to know, so let us know. Vote now, fox35orlando.com/vote, or scan the QR code that you see on your screen. Right now, I want to get you to this NASA event where we're continuing to hear discussions about plans to advance science and discovery, a number of other things, in a big event really looking at the United States space policy and where we go from here into the future. So let's go ahead and listen in live.
The first phase, we have the 3 different modules. For the core module, we would select 2 providers and go through an early design phase point and then down select to 1 provider. And then 2 different awards for the commercial modules. Throughout this time period, we'll have multiple calls for expanded use of commercial access to ISS. The second phase will be informed by the market with the addition of a power and cooling module. We also envision 2 providers initially through initial design and then a down select. And of course, phase 3, either we're moving to independent free-flying destinations if the market's mature, or we can continue to add additional capabilities. Right now, the available budget is about $250 million a year, plus whatever else the agency can put together. That's true through the end of life of ISS. We will acknowledge that this is inadequate regardless of the option, regardless of the path that we take going forward. We are looking for industry inputs and partnering arrangements to help this challenge, but we're here to all acknowledge that we've had this shortfall for a while, and we realize this is a barrier. We're going to put out 2 RFIs tomorrow. One's for transportation feedback, the other's for destinations for both approaches. Then we'll have a final RFI. Expect to get a lot of comments from industry. We'll send out another one at the end of April, and then draft RFP in early June. So just to wrap up, you've heard us all say this, it is a national imperative to maintain U.S. leadership in LEO, regardless of the path that we take moving forward, we have a real budget shortfall. So when you see those two RFIs tomorrow, please help us, give us feedback. We're looking for feedback both on the original plan and the original path we were on and this alternate approach and other ideas that you may have, including concepts for these partnership arrangements that I mentioned. We'd also like your feedback and your view on the market outlook and investments. Hard financial commitments to ensure stability from manufacturing through launch, long-term economic viability beyond NASA as a customer, and major technical hurdles that you see for a station development and your approach to managing them. We are committed to a rapid turnaround when we get your feedback to move towards procurement. Despite all the challenges I talked about today, and I know that's really hard for us to come forward and kind of transparently acknowledge that we need help. We're on a path that is not leading us where we thought it would. It's really important that we have this discussion. It's important that we hear your feedback. We're looking forward to creating commercial opportunities across industry, hearing your ideas, and establishing a trajectory that maintains U.S. leadership in LEO. Thank you very much for your time today.
And we will now head into a 10-minute break.
That panel discussion about specifically looking at low Earth orbit, that's what the references you heard to LEO or LEO. So that's where the International Space Station is right now, and they were talking about what the United States presence in low Earth orbit looks like once the International Space Station is decommissioned. So you heard them talk about some of the challenges that they're facing as well. Let me go ahead and give you another live look at our poll question of this hour. What's your current relationship with AI? We're getting ready to take another break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but before we do so, I want to leave this up for a minute so that you can vote and let us know how you use AI, if you use it often, if you don't, and drop us a line in the chat as well about AI, whether you're watching on Facebook or on YouTube, and let us know where you're watching from as well. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. What's your current relationship with AI? Just a second ago, this was showing 33% all across the board. Someone voted to break the tie there. But right now, pretty even split, all things considered, between folks describing their current relationship with artificial intelligence, whether you know a lot, whether you don't know a lot, whether you maybe know just enough, or if you are a pro, maybe helping people out when it comes to their questions about artificial intelligence. We want to know what your current relationship is with AI. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can also scan the QR code that you see on your screen. Keeping an eye out on a number of different national stories at this hour. Waiting to hear from Senate Republicans talking about the Department of Homeland Security partial government shutdown, while we are also waiting on the new Homeland Security Secretary to be sworn in. We are waiting to hear from House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries as well. So a lot of things happening on Capitol Hill this afternoon and in Washington, D.C. Again, that swearing in of Markwayne Mullin could be any minute now. And so I want to let you know we're standing by for that, and we'll bring that to you live when it does begin. And then also out of New York, live look at LaGuardia Airport, where the NTSB is supposed to be giving an update on the runway collision there coming up around 2 o'clock. So much more to come on that. So if you were with us earlier today, we listened into a little bit of a roundtable discussion on education that was being hosted by Byron Donalds, Republican candidate for governor. We also heard from Paul Renner, who held a news conference of his own today in the Tampa area, where he announced support for a ban to Muslim immigration to the United States and a number of other things. He also took some questions from reporters at the end of that news conference, where he was asked about his strategy to close the gap between him and the front runner Byron Donalds in the governor's race, and was also asked about his position on the war in Iran. Paul Renner, we should note, is a veteran himself. He served in Operation Desert Storm. So here's some of that Q&A from that news conference earlier today.
We ought to recognize it as that fact and make sure that we address it accordingly. And that means stopping Muslim immigration into our country and taking these other steps to not allow those more radical forms to grow here in the state of Florida. Do you believe that America is a Christian nation? No, I do not. I believe it's a pluralistic nation, but it is founded on a common understanding that people of different faiths can coexist. And I mentioned the student who I posted a video about, who simply stated, and I think he was being honest. And there's nothing wrong with a religion that says we can't coexist with other religions, but that's what he was saying. And so if that's the case, that makes it unlike Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism, for those that are atheists. And so that is the issue I think that we have to be clear-eyed about. And I think if you look at over 1,000 years of human history, we see conflict where those cultures come into a significant proportion. They immediately start to clash. And that goes all the way back to the inception of those faiths.
In terms of the race, I just want to ask, it's getting closer, 3-4 months now away. The polls have not shown, not necessarily perfect, but the polls have not shown a lot of movement in your direction at this point. How much time do you have to make up what is a very large gap between you and the folks that are leading it?
Well, the polls of people who are paying attention is showing momentum. And so just last week, we won overwhelmingly a straw poll of Republican activists in Duval County, and I think by 30 points over Congressman Donalds. Last night, we won another straw poll in Little Gilchrist County in a rural community, again, overwhelmingly over Congressman Donalds, and the other ones were a footnote. And so I do believe, based on the contact I have and the events we're doing on the ground, that the momentum is absolutely shifting our way. There's no enthusiasm for Congressman Donalds because he has no record of leadership ever, and he has no record of results. He can't point to a single thing that he's done to champion the conservative cause or help build the free state of Florida. And with Governor DeSantis and the good men and women of the legislature that I had the privilege to lead, we built the free state of Florida. And for him to come in with a lot of smoke and mirrors is not going to get it done. And there's a lack of enthusiasm among the grassroots for his candidacy, which will play out over time. What you're reflecting is the name you know. Right now, people are not in March, are not paying attention to an election in August. They just aren't. And so they're telling you the name they know, which is the guy they see on every single interview when you turn on your TV. And he's never missed an interview. He just hasn't frequently shown up to vote in Congress. And for that reason, he's not accomplished a lot there either. And so at the end of the day, Floridians want someone who's going to come to this podium, as I did today, and lead, who's going to lean forward on issues that concern them. I've done that over and over again when it comes to the left, whether it was Amendment 3 and 4, the pot and abortion amendment, whether it was school board races. Of all the candidates in this race, I was the only one that actually showed up. And sending a tweet is not leadership.
You mentioned your experience at Operation Desert Storm. I know you championed President Trump's bombing of Iran. I think you said that you were expecting or hoping that the Iranian people would overturn the declare government there. That doesn't seem to be happening, and we don't know if the Trump administration is even going to want to change the government there. Is that not sufficient for what should really happen in Iran?
Is what not sufficient?
Changing the government there.
I think the goal is our national security, and that means a nation that is not hostile and will not hunt Americans. The Iranian regime has hunted Americans for 47 years. Let's go back and go through the history of that for a moment. So in 1979, when the regime took over, the first thing they did is storm the U.S. Embassy and take all of our embassy personnel hostage for over a year. 4 years later, 1983, over 200 Marines were murdered in Lebanon by the Iranian regime. And since that time, when I was in Afghanistan, one of my duties was to work on preventing foreign fighters from coming into Afghanistan to kill Americans. One of those nations was Iran. And we were able to defuse and had sufficient armored vehicles to stop the Taliban-made, the native-made IEDs that were killing and maiming Americans. The Iranians were sending more sophisticated IEDs, more sophisticated weapons into that battle space. That was not so long ago. They have never, ever stopped chanting death to America. They have never stopped hunting and killing Americans. They have more American blood on their hand than any other nation out there. And the issue I was asked today is about whether this threat is imminent. When you're talking about a nuclear threat, when you're talking about a ballistic threat, this is not like, well, troops are massed on the border, now it's imminent. You have to know, and we just saw there was an attempted attack on Diego Garcia, which was longer than we thought, perhaps, that they had a ballistic missile range to hit. Yet they were trying to hit it. We cannot wait until the very moment that the red button is on the desk with a crazed leader who will absolutely use those nuclear weapons. No ifs, ands, or buts. And again, this goes to the conflict of two systems. It's not personal. It's not animus. It's not hatred. It's just a recognition that people can live peacefully and prosperously in their country, but when they threaten our country or they come in our country and threaten us, leaders, especially political leaders, have to stand up and be counted. And so I do applaud President Trump's actions. My hope is that we'll get to a regime like Iran was before, which was a great ally of the United States. But I will settle for a nation that is not a threat to the United States, that does not get up each and every day pursuing nuclear weapons to annihilate millions and millions of innocent people across the world, including Americans.
Have you heard any elected officials in Florida propose making any part of the Muslim law part of either Florida or federal law?
Well, I think there's absolutely going to be agitation for that. Evan, I think what we're talking about is... No, I think the question that Mitch just asked me is exactly pertinent to your question, which is what is imminent. Do we face a collapse of the constitutional system today from Islam? Absolutely not. But my point is we have to recognize that our politicians, including Republicans, have allowed for vetted and unvetted immigration into this country. I didn't mention, but there's too long of a list. What about the guardsman, the woman that was murdered in D.C.? Again, by a Muslim man who was naturalized, I believe, into this country, Afghan, that was vetted to come into this country. And some politicians, including some in this race, were okay with that. They approved the bill that let him in that murdered that woman. And what I'm saying is that our friendships can be strong with Muslims and Muslim nations much more effectively if we maintain some distance. And again, I had great relationships with the Muslim militaries that I worked with when I was in Afghanistan, when I was in Operation Desert Storm in particular, where we were escorting Egyptians out of that battle space that were under threat. again, from the more radical elements. And that's where the concern is. It's not every Muslim in America, but the point is whether or not the system long term, if it's allowed to grow, will threaten our way of life. And the answer is an unequivocal yes. Well, thank you guys. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for standing up to make Florida. We're running a Florida First campaign, and we will continue to speak out on the issues. I will tell you the number one issue that voters are also asking about, this is one of them, but is affordability. We have called for a rollback of property taxes last year that the legislature has failed to do. They ought to stop acting like Congress and start doing their job and provide immediate property tax relief. They could do it in 2 days. So one of these special sessions ought to include a property tax rollback to whatever day you want, whatever year, whether it's 24, 23, 22. They can do this legislatively. We don't have to wait to get on the constitutional ballot and have to get to 60%. That may or may not happen. People need relief right now. And so on this issue, this will be the number one, number two, and number three priority when I'm governor, to address affordability and not just property taxes, but insurance, our electric rates, our health care bills. People are suffering, and I'm a governor that's going to do something about it. I'm calling on the legislature to work with this governor who's made a call for bold tax relief. Do your job. Do it now.
Paul Renner speaking earlier today, one of the Republican candidates for governor. Let me give you a live look right now in Tampa. That was Todd Bowles, head coach of the Tampa Bay Bucs. We're standing by waiting for a news conference with Buccaneers inside linebacker Lavonte David. He is the longest tenured player on the Tampa Bay Bucs roster. He's been with the team for 14 seasons and is getting ready to hold this news conference in just a few minutes at their training facility in Tampa. We're seeing multiple reports from national news outlets today announcing his retirement. We will wait and see what Lavonte David has to say. He's 36 years old. He's been in the league since 2012 and has spent that time with the whole time with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I'm also getting some news here that they have posted this on Twitter. So we are go ahead and looking. Yes, we do now have confirmation from the team. Lavonte David announcing his retirement after 14 seasons. Let me pull up for you this statement from head coach Todd Bowles, who we just saw a live look at just a minute ago. Give me 1 second here as I pull this up. We saw him in attendance in the very front row of this news conference that's set to begin here in just a couple of minutes. But in this statement that you're about to see posted to social media, he says that before I came to the Buccaneers, I always had immense respect for Lavonte as a special football player, having had the fortune to coach him for the last 7 seasons. I've also experienced the special person and leader he is. He's been the heart and soul of our defense and a Super Bowl champion on the way to being leaders and opposing coaches throughout the league. I, as everyone in this organization, will miss him tremendously. That quote coming from Buccaneers head coach Todd Bowles. And here's just some of the numbers on Lavonte David and his career there in Tampa. 1,700 tackles, 42.5 sacks, 33 forced fumbles. Was an All-Pro in 2013. Was a Pro Bowler in 2015. Super Bowl champion, of course, in 2020. Was a key member of that team. We know he's been a team captain for a number of seasons. He's just been a big part of this Tampa Bay defense and this team overall, and set to announce his retirement at a news conference here in just a couple of minutes. And we will check in on that one as we get closer to that 2 o'clock hour and as we transition to Florida Live. I want to let you know a couple of other things we are still standing by for before we go to break here. This is a live look at LaGuardia Airport, where the NTSB going to be giving us an update around 2 o'clock on the runway collision at LaGuardia. Unclear what details might come out of this, but we'll be checking in on that. And then I can also give you a live look at the White House, where any minute now, the president is going to swear in the new Homeland Security Secretary, Markwayne Mullin, in a ceremony inside the Oval Office. Meanwhile, right now in Oklahoma, the governor has named the replacement for Markwayne Mullin's Senate seat. So that seat will not be empty for very long. So a number of things that we are tracking this hour. We're also keeping an eye on the Orange County Board of County Commissioners meeting. The afternoon session supposed to begin there at 2 o'clock. And one of the things they're going to be talking about in this afternoon session is contract negotiations with the firefighters union. We've talked before how they've been at a bit of an impasse in those negotiations, and they're set to discuss some language and some key provisions for that contract in their meeting that starts at 2 o'clock. So a lot of things that we are keeping an eye on as this 2 o'clock hour nears. So we hope you keep it right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. We're going to take a quick break. We'll welcome in our TV audience at the top of the hour, and we will get right back to it for another hour of live streaming news coverage here on Fox Local. So keep it here. And
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you, and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and Fox 35 TV as well. Appreciate you joining us. We've had a busy day, a lot of live events that we've been checking in on, and things are really about to ramp up. So we appreciate you tuning in. If you're just now joining us, let me let you know what we're keeping an eye on. I just kind of set things up for us here as we wrapped up our last hour. But there are three main things that we are waiting for to begin any minute now. On the right, you see a news conference at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers Training Center where we're expecting Lavonte David, a 12-time captain, a huge part of the defense for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for more than a decade now. set to announce his retirement. We had seen reports earlier today, the team confirming those reports this afternoon, that Lavonte David, inside linebacker, part of that Super Bowl winning team back in 2020, actually the longest tenured player on the Bucs roster right now, set to announce his retirement after 14 seasons. In the very front row, we saw head coach Todd Bowles, a number of others filing into that room, and that news conference supposed to begin any minute now. So we're going to be keeping an eye out for that. You also see the podium set up at LaGuardia Airport, where we are waiting on an update any minute now. Well, they've actually pushed that back to 2:15. So we're about 15 minutes away for an update on the runway collision at LaGuardia Airport, where things stand with that crash that killed a pilot and a co-pilot and injured dozens of others. And we're going to hear more from the National Transportation Safety Board about their investigation into that incident, how it happened. We'll see what all they're able to say at this point. Obviously, still pretty early on in that process, but that news conference now is supposed to start around 2:15. And then we'll give you a live look at the White House, where any minute now the president is supposed to be joined by Markwayne Mullin, the former Republican senator from Oklahoma, who is going to be sworn in as the country's new Secretary of Homeland Security. So that ceremony is supposed to happen, well, any minute now. It was scheduled for 1:30, so it should be any minute now that happens inside the Oval Office. We will likely hear from the president, likely hear from Markwayne Mullin as well, and so we'll be keeping our eyes peeled for that to begin momentarily as well. So a lot of things going on at this hour, and we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live, because we are just getting started. Meanwhile, we are also continuing to follow up on the apartment complex in Orange County that led to evacuations and a lot of concerns about its structural stability, the Rialto apartment. We've been following up on that story all week here at Fox 35. We just heard from Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings speaking about this situation earlier today in the morning session of the Orange County Board of County Commissioners meeting. Here's just a few minutes of what he had to say addressing that situation and that investigation in Orange County.
Before we move to the public comment period of time, I do want to acknowledge one situation that we're dealing with as a community, and it is regarding the Rialto apartment evacuation that is underway. Just want to give our commissioners and the public a little bit of an update. If you're not familiar with that situation, a commercial residential structure has been evacuated due to structural concerns at 7343 West Sand Lake Drive. The building includes ground floor commercial space and 4 residential floors totaling 183 different apartments with approximately 300 residents. All residents and pets have been safely evacuated, and all businesses are closed until further notice. This is a mixed-use complex.
Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings talking about where things stand. You heard those numbers as well about the evacuations. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and listen in here. Lavonte David announcing his retirement at this news conference in Tampa that just got underway. Let's go ahead and listen in.
It was a journey. It was a long road to get here. Starting at Liberty City Optimist, going to Miami Northwestern, and then going to junior college is when I didn't think I would get here, just because everything that I went through there, it was a tough journey. But there, I learned, what it takes, to become, accountable. And I learned, that, a lot of people depend on you. And, going to the University of Nebraska, I kept that chip, kept that same mindset. And throughout every year that I've been here, I had that same mentality, just have that chip on my shoulder. And every time I step on the field, I want to prove myself right and all my doubters wrong. And a lot of people in this building, a lot of people who, guys who I see in my family, helped me continue that dream, could help me continue that process. And, you know, I want to thank everybody, you know, throughout, you know, my journey, throughout my career for, you know, pushing me and helping me, you know, be the greatest I can be. And, man, to play at an organization, you know, for this long and to, you know, to get all the respect that I have from everybody and, you know, from all my peers and the lives that I touched, you know, throughout my career, something you can always dream of. You know, I might get a little emotional because it's always how I always get when I talk about my parents. I mean, everybody have parents, man, but you don't understand how much they meant to me. Growing up where I grew up, it ain't easy. It ain't easy, but they found a way for me. And you don't understand that until you get older, until you have kids of your own. And the sacrifices they made for you, the things they did for you. It's just thinking about my dad, the sacrifices he made. He was never the breadwinner in our family, but for some reason, him and my mom made it work. And their relationship lasted for so long. And when you saw, you know, how they was compatible with each other and how they made our lives easier. And, you know, we had one car. My mom took the car to work. And my dad used to take me to practice on his handlebars, you know, and on a bike. We used to walk sometimes. And, you know, as a kid, you like, dang, man, like, that walk was a far walk. But you realize, like, it's a sacrifice that you got to make to help your sons, your kids' dreams come true. And they did it.
Lavonte David, very emotional in this news conference, talking about his retirement, announcing that and talking about the impact that his parents had on his community, or on his career, rather. I want to get you live now to the White House, the Oval Office, where President Trump is speaking ahead of the swearing in of Markwayne Mullin as the new Homeland Security Secretary. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Also thank Secretary Mullin's beautiful family, including his wife, Christy, thank you, his sons, Jim and Jace and Andrew, and daughters, Lara, Ivy, Lynette, and other members of the Mullin family. It's a beautiful family. You would know this guy. He's our big top wrestling guy. I won't wrestle him for anything. An all-American wrestler, huh? Good, you have good genetics in that family. Proud of you. Thanks as well to Attorney General Pam Bondi, Chairman Jason Smith, Congressman Josh Gottheimer, former Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy, and many other friends that are gathered with us. It's great group of people. For 13 years, Markwayne has represented the incredible state of Oklahoma, a state that I won 77 out of 77 counties 3 times in a row, so they like me there. Second was Ronald Reagan at 56. Did you know that? 56, that's not bad. But 77, it's 77 out of 77, I think, right? That's not bad. But he was there in Congress as a member of the House and then as an outstanding United States Senator. And he really has been outstanding. He's been a close and vital partner in helping us secure the border, stop migrant crime, end the scourge of illegal drugs, and make America safe again and make America great again. And he's a tremendous player. He worked with Tom Homan, worked with all of our people on the right, and many more. And everything he's done has been good. I say everything he touched, he's turned to gold. Now, you know, but even in business, he was successful, in all fairness. And he was successful. And he said, I want to go into politics. I hope you're happy. But as the only Native American, I didn't know that, huh? Let me look at you. Well, I think that's all right. He's He's got great quality, I can tell you. He's the only Native American in the Senate. How many have been there before you? Do you know? Native American?
I think three.
Three. Well, you're a fantastic representative. Mark Wayne has also been a fantastic advocate for our cherished tribal communities. He's now the first member of the Cherokee Nation ever to serve as a member of the cabinet. I didn't know all these things. I would have picked him faster if I had known. I would have made a quicker decision. Prior to his career in public service, Mark Wayne had a very successful career in business, leaving school at age 20 after his father got sick, taking over his family business and turning it into a multi-million-dollar success story. He's a very successful guy. Mark Wayne has also a career as an MMA fighter. That's why I looked at his ears and I said, I'm not going to fight with him. You can tell a lot about a person by their ears, right? During which he went totally undefeated. He was undefeated during his career, and he's been inducted into the Oklahoma Wrestling Hall of Fame. And the family is made of fantastic wrestlers, especially that guy right there. That's my favorite guy, huh? And suffered bad injury and come back stronger than ever, I think. So good to have you, man, right? I have no doubt that as he takes the helm of DHS, Mark Wayne will fight for Homeland Security, the United States, and securing the country and making it really strong and the way it should be. Our country's come a long way in the last year. We set it up so beautifully, and then we had 4 years of horror. We had 4 years of disgusting horror, open borders, and things that nobody would even think of. You wouldn't even think of. 25 million people poured into our country, and we've gotten a lot of them out, but we have a lot more to go. 11,888 murderers came into our country. People came in from all over the world, from prisons and gangs, gang members, drug dealers, people from mental institutions, insane asylums. That's the mental institution times 2. And what they allowed to happen to our country can never be allowed to happen again, and it won't. With Mark Wayne, we have somebody that's strong, professional, and fair. As you know, the department that Mark Wayne takes over today is currently shut down by radical left Democrat thugs in Congress who have blocked all funding for DHS because they're trying to shield illegal alien criminals, gang members. They want to protect them from being taken out of the country, drug dealers, murderers. They're protecting them all. I don't know how people can vote for these people. You know, I see the midterms are close. I don't know what close means, but I don't know how people can vote for them. You take a look, men, they want men to be able to play in women's sports. They want transgender for everybody. Terrible, but that's the way it is. They don't want to give voter ID. They don't want voter ID for elections. They don't want proof of citizenship for elections. And then they get to vote. And they do cheat, but I don't know, it's hard to believe they can cheat that much. Just in the past few days, we've seen the horrifying consequences of Democrats' deadly open border extremism. They want open borders, and they want to open the borders again if they have their chance, because they think they're going to get votes by doing that. On Thursday, a precious 18-year-old college student named Sheridan Gorman was shot and killed while she was walking in a park. She was just walking in the park, didn't do anything. The illegal alien monster charged with Sheridan's brutal murder had come illegally from Venezuela and been released into our country by Sleepy Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country. And I don't say that because I think he's fine. He's okay. I don't like him, dislike him. I talk about job performance. That's all I care about, job performance. Worst president in history. And Obama wasn't far behind, by the way. But he was then arrested and released again by Democrat governor, a real slob of a governor, J.B. Pritzker, in the sanctuary city of Chicago, which we could make safe in 2 months, I would say. 2 months if we sent in the group, Tom, right? 2 months would be good. 3 months, very good. 4 or 5 months, it would be great. But they would never call because they don't want to do that. All they have to do is call and ask for a little help. The Democrats in Congress do not care how much American blood they shed in their demented pursuit of open borders, from Sheridan Gorman to Jocelyn Nungary and Lake and Riley, their quest to flood our country with illegal aliens has left countless American victims in its wake. They never change, do they? They see what's happening. They never change. That's what they want. They want to get the votes. With sanctuary and sanctuary cities going at levels that they are, and we've ended a lot. We've done a lot. But for some reason, they love it. It's a sanctuary. You know, sanctuary cities are truly a sanctuary for criminals. With Secretary Mullen at DHS, we will continue our record-setting efforts to deport these illegal alien criminals from our country, and we are doing at record levels despite a very unfair court system, a radicalized left court system, and others that I'm not too fond of also. And we'll protect innocent American lives. Every single illegal migrant who has a criminal record must be deported immediately. If they have a criminal record, you got to deport them. And there's a lot that came in under Biden. And Kamala, the great border czar, Kamala, who never went to the border, never called Border Patrol, never once called Border Patrol. Can you imagine that, Jim? She's the border czar. She never called Border Patrol. Explain that to me. He's the worst. She was as bad as he was. Going to give him IQ tests next week. Under the Trump administration, we've achieved unprecedented gains on public safety. Yesterday, we were in Memphis, Tennessee, to celebrate the steepest reduction in crime ever recorded. We've been there for about 5 months, and the numbers, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And thanks to our Memphis Safe Task, it's called Safe Task Force, alongside our efforts in Washington, D.C., and what we've done in Washington is amazing. We have Washington as a safe city now. It's been amazing. It's been... If you go back a year and a half, 2 years ago, Washington was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, let alone this country. And now we have a very safe city. And what they've done with all of the people working, many of the people standing right there, it's been incredible. And now we're going to see all of our cities take a big step because of Mark Wayne. In 1 year, my administration, we've created the most secure border in the United States history by 64%. And accomplished the largest decline in the murder rate in the history of our country, bringing it down to 1,900. That's before my father was born. My father was born a little bit after that. He wouldn't be happy mentioning this because he never liked talking about age, but he lived to be a ripe old.
President Trump continued to speak right now in the Oval Office before he swears in Mark Wayne Mullen as new Homeland Security Secretary. We've got to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Attorney General Pam Bondi swearing in Mark Wayne Mullen as new Homeland Security Secretary inside the Oval Office. Let's go ahead and listen back in as he walks to the podium to speak now.
Thank you. I think that was the most nervous I've ever been. It just seems surreal being in the Oval Office and having the President of the United States speak so highly of me and then recognize my family and know my family by name. It's humbling, and I never take it for granted, but I have made this very clear that I don't care what color your state is. I don't care if you're red or you're blue. At the end of the day, my job is to be Secretary of Homeland and to protect everybody the same, and we will do that. I'll fight every single day. Today I got the privilege of meeting so many of the employees at DHS. These employees have been there for 30 days without pay. And if you need anything to know their dedication to show up and still protect the homeland that you and I enjoy and the freedoms that we're experiencing, they're working for free because of political politics. That's all I need to know. I told them, as you're fighting 365 days, understand I'll be fighting 365 days beside you. No one's going to outwork me, and I'm not going to let any of them outwork me. The President has entrusted me with this, and failure is not an option. And so thank you so much, Mr. President, for this opportunity. I won't let you down.
Thank you very much. I love that expression, no one's going to outwork me. That's a wrestler's expression, isn't it? Huh? That's a good wrestler's expression. Yes, please.
Mr. President, will the Secretary's replacement in the Senate support the SAVE Act and the use of the talking filibuster to get it through?
Well, it's not the SAVE Act. It's not called this. It's called the Save America Act. There's a big difference because the SAVE Act, nobody knows what that means. Save America means Save America. And I can't speak for him, but I would imagine that Mark Wayne, I didn't even ask him the question because who wouldn't support it? Voter ID with a picture. You want citizenship, proof of citizenship. Ideally, you want to end mail-in ballots because there's tremendous corruption. Then we added a couple of things, Mark Wayne, like I don't think being a great athlete and having a family of great athletes, they have produced great athletes in this family, all-American wrestlers. They especially like wrestling, by the way. And what about baseball? Do you play baseball? Anything? They like wrestling. But I don't think that you would say that his family, and I don't know this for a fact, and I shouldn't say it because I could get myself. Does anybody in your family want men to play in women's sports? I don't think so, Jim, right? I don't think so. I don't think. How would they do? Would they do good wrestling you? They would be in trouble? He said, yes, they'd be in big trouble. It's so crazy. So that would be one. And then we have a few others that we call them the best of Trump. But if you look at transgender mutilization of children, we don't want that. It's the mutilization of children. We don't want that. So generally speaking, I think I can answer that Mark Wayne would be very much in favor of what I'm in favor of. Would you say that's right, Mark? I can't think of too many things. He might be worse. He might be worse than me. That's my look at his wife and say, that's right. But so, yeah, he's going to be great. Yeah.
Do you believe the Secretary will run DHS any differently than Kristi Noem did? What do you hope to see as his priorities?
Well, we had a good run. Look, we created the strongest border with the help of that man right there. Tom is so incredible, and he's going to be a big influence here, too. There's nobody more professional, nobody better. There's nobody better as a human being. You know, he looks tough, but he's got a good heart. But not too good. Don't make it too good. But, you know, we had Tom. We have the safest border we've ever had. We have a lot of assets, but a lot of things we can do, and we're going to do. We have to get criminals out of our country that were allowed in by Biden. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, do you support what appears to be a merging agreement coming out of the Senate to reopen DHS?
Well, I'm going to look at it, and we're going to take a good hard look at it. I want to support Republicans, and, you know, sometimes it's awfully hard to get votes when you have Democrats that don't want to have voter ID. They don't want to have proof of citizenship. They don't want to do anything about men playing in women's sports. That's one of the items we put on, you know. And I did that just because it's so popular. You know, they say that's at least an 80-20 issue. No, it's about a 99-1. I don't think it's, what do you think, Pete? Do you think it's 80-20? Who's closer, 80-20 or 99-1?
Almost 100.
Yeah, I think 100 is really the. So So I support that, and I support common sense. Please.
Would you be comfortable with a deal that involves separating ICE funding from the DHS funding package in order to reopen?
Well, they're working on all of that. That's a detail that they'll explain later. Please.
Election integrity and DHS measures. Mr. President, since CISA falls under DHS, and given that many credible voices have raised concerns over its premature and possibly likely faulty 2020 election assessment, will you and Secretary Mullen implement reforms at CISA and at DHS to ensure full confidence in future elections, like in the upcoming?
About it. We'll talk about it. Pros and cons. Look, they used it to try and put me in prison, right? So I can't be thrilled with it. They used that very strongly, very illegally. The Democrats are thugs, and I don't want to say that. It'd be nice to everyone get along, but it's a different country than it was years ago. It was very dangerous the way they used it. And they weaponized government. They used that to weaponize government. So I'm not thrilled, but I'll also go along with two groups of people, the military, and I think the military likes it, right? And I'll go along with the senators. I'm fine. But I was a big victim of it. Yeah, please.
Are you going to send Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to do direct negotiations with the Iranians?
Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now. They're doing it along with Marco, JD. We have a number of people doing it. And the other side, I can tell you, they'd like to make a deal. And who wouldn't if you were there? Look, their Navy's gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their communications are gone. That's the biggest problem. It's very hard to communicate them between themselves. All of the anti-aircraft is gone. Most of their missiles are gone. We either shot them or they shot them and don't have them anymore. They're down to a trickle. They're pretty much everything they have is gone. I don't know. Can you name one thing that's not gone, or can you name one thing that's doing well? If you read the papers, you think we're tied. You think we're in a tough battle. We are roaming free over Tehran, the city, Tehran, as opposed to Iran. We're roaming free. We can do whatever we want. And as you know, today we were going to have the privilege of shooting down a very big electric generation plant, one of the biggest in the world. And one shot to the right location ends the plant. It collapses. And we held off based on the fact that we're negotiating.
What do you think was President Trump speaking about the status of the Iran war, saying they want to make a deal right now. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live. We'll get you right back to the Oval Office after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. We are continuing to listen to President Trump answer questions right now in the Oval Office after swearing in Mark Wayne Mullen as the new Homeland Security Secretary. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
Rand Paul Jr., but they don't vote. Rand Paul, I mean, rarely votes for stuff. Likes me, says I'm a great president. He said the other day, I'm a great president, one of the greatest presidents. But I said, do me a favor, vote for us and don't call me a great. I'd rather have the vote than the statement. But we have people that don't stick together, and those people hopefully will someday be gone. The thing I most respect about the Democrats, even on horrible policy, they stick together. What they do have, though, is horrible policy. Transgender for everyone, open borders, men and women's sports. They have the worst policy that you can imagine. And so whether they stick together or not, I mean, they have just as terrible policy. We have great policy. Republicans have great policy. We have common sense policy, but it's great policy. That's our biggest advantage, is our policy is correct. Yeah, please.
President, are you encouraging our allies in the Gulf to be more involved in the Iran operation?
Say it.
Are you encouraging our allies in the Gulf to be more involved in the Iran operation?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit, but more NATO. I think our Gulf allies have been pretty good, to be honest with you. UAE's been hit so hard. He got hit by 1,400 rockets, shot them all out of the air with our great Patriot missiles. Think of it, they shot 100 missiles at one of our aircraft carriers, the Abraham Lincoln, one of the biggest ships in the world, actually. And out of 101 missiles shot, every single one of them was knocked down in the sea. Think of that. Think of what that means. 101 missiles, highly sophisticated, very fast missiles shot. Out of 101, all 101 were shot down, and now, for the most part, lie at the bottom of the sea. Pretty amazing, right? Pretty amazing. Our military is amazing, Pete. You know the attack I'm talking about recently? 101 shot. I said, wow. I saw that. You can see we have sort of pretty good equipment that we see. It's called the red line. Those red lines were thick, right? I said, that's a lot. And then we saw them one by one just get shot. And these guys that do the shooting, the coolest cucumbers ever. You know, most people, you don't have a lot of time. When a missile's going at 2,500 miles an hour, I don't care how far away it is, you don't have a lot of time. But I watched them sit down and think. Great students, MITs, a lot of MITs, a lot of guys like this, are not as much into the muscle as they are this one right here. And amazing to watch them perform under great pressure, because they have a matter of seconds to do it. If they don't do it properly, it's a big problem, you know, because these were very powerful missiles coming. And so a lot of people choke. They don't choke. These guys don't choke. They're the best in the world. We have the best in the world. Yeah.
Mr. President, what would be your message today to the TSA agents who have been staying home in recent days amid this impasse?
Well, some of them are needing money, you know, because the Democrats cut off their money. I blame the Democrats more than anything else. But some of them, you know, they didn't get paid because they're not funded by the Democrats. This is a Democrat problem. In fact, I actually said to the Senate, why would you say this is a Democrat problem? I think the polls are showing us a Democrat problem. And they'll do anything actually to hurt our country so they can try and win the midterms. And if we ever went back to our old policies, we wouldn't have a country left.
If they get a deal, Republicans and Democrats in the Senate, to fund all but enforcement operations of ICE, to get those TSA agents repaid and to open up the rest of the department, would you sign that?
Well, I don't want to comment until I see the deal, but as you know, they're negotiating a deal. I guess they're getting fairly close, but I think any deal they make, I'm pretty much not happy with it. These guys came in, they wouldn't pay people. You know, they had a deal to pay. They had to break their deal. The Democrats broke the deal that we had. It was all done. Everything was fine. And then they just said, well, we're not going to pay anymore. And they hurt our country. And at a very difficult time because, you know, we are at, as they would say, a war. They call it a war. I call it a military operation, a very successful one. Like successful like nobody's ever seen before. Hey, Venezuela was equally as successful. That was a great thing. No, the Democrats had a deal. It was a done deal. And then they said, well, we're not going to pay. And so a lot of people suffered over that and put our country in danger. You have another question? You haven't been here in a while.
Well, Iran, can you give us any more sense of who exactly in Iran it is, either Witkoff and Kushner and others are speaking with?
Yeah, we had, I hate to say this in front of these young people. They're not children. I spoke to most of them. They sound like adults to me, even though they are sort of children, right? They'll always be your children. But I hate to say it, but we killed all their leadership. And then they met to choose new leaders, and we killed all of them. And now we have a new group, and we can easily do that. But let's see how they turn out. We have really regime change. You know, this is a change in the regime because the leaders are all very different than the ones that we started off with that created all those problems. So this was, I think we can say, Jason, this is regime change, right?
What makes you trust them?
I don't trust anybody. I don't trust you. I mean, that's only because I know you. But if I didn't know you, I'd probably have more trust. But I don't trust anyone.
Why bother?
Why do you say that? Why do you say what makes you trust? Do you think I trust them? I don't trust them.
Well, then why bother talking to them?
Because they're going to make a deal. They're going to make a deal. They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. And it was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it. So that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people.
Is that nuclear related?
No, it wasn't nuclear related. It was oil and gas related. And it was a very nice thing they did. But what it showed me is that we're dealing with the right people. Because, you know, you don't know, because the leadership was killed, all gone. Khomeini, all gone, as the expression goes, the past supreme leader. And then the new supreme leader was racked up, at a minimum racked up pretty good, and everyone else was gone. And then many of the people in the third tier are gone. But we're dealing with a group of people that I think turn out, and the present, the gift they made to us was very significant, and they said they were going to do it, and it happened, and they're the only ones that could have done it. Jennifer?
Was it related to
President Trump talking about a significant gift from Iran. Wouldn't go into details about what it is, but saying that could be a way to show that they're negotiating in good faith when it comes to a deal right now to end hostilities. We've got to take a quick break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to Florida Live. Let's get you back inside the Oval Office where President Trump is taking questions from reporters after swearing in the new Homeland Security Secretary. Let's listen in.
Not as the President of the United States, how hopeful are you that this peace deal will work out with Iran?
You're talking about to end it? Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran and other parts of their country. They can't do a thing about it. For instance, if I want to take down that power plant, that very big, powerful power plant, they can't do a thing about it. It's like, take me. That's all they can do. And yet, if you read the New York Times or if you watch ABC fake news or NBC fake news, you'd say it's a close battle. It's not a close battle. They're totally defeated. You know, we killed their Navy in, would you say 3 days, Pete? Gone. In fact, I was a little upset with Pete. I said, why didn't you save the ships? We could have used them, right? He said, it's more fun shooting them down. But the Navy was wiped out in a very rapid order. Pretty impressive for you guys, you champion wrestlers, right? When you hear this stuff. But you don't, if you read the news, you don't hear this. You know, you read like, oh, they're doing wonderfully. They're doing terribly. They're wiped out militarily. They are dead. Yeah.
On Ukraine, is there a new sense of a timeline? Do you want to get something done before the midterms?
Well, we'd like to see President Putin and President Zelensky sit down and make a deal. I think they're getting close, but I've been saying that for a while. I've settled 8 wars. All of them should have been more difficult than this one. This should have been the easiest one. But these are two people that truly hate each other. You'll find out that hatred is not good for making deals. These are people that they don't like each other very much. Yeah.
I know you said there's a bunch of people from the administration who are negotiating with Iran. There's been reports that the vice president is leading those negotiations. Is that true?
Well, he's involved in them. JD is involved, and Marco's involved, and Jared Kushner's involved, very smart guy, and Steve Witkoff, smart guy, is involved. And I'm involved. I'm involved. Why? I'm going to be so big. Oh, I don't want to talk about it. I'm the President of the United States, Tom, and I'm not going to talk about it. It's beneath me to talk about saving millions of lives, because that's what you're talking about. You're talking about saving millions of lives. If Iran had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it. And if I didn't end the horrible Barack Hussein Obama Iran nuclear deal in my first administration, they would have had a nuclear weapon 3 or 4 years ago. They would have used it. I would have never gotten the chance probably to be president. Who knows what it would have been so devastating. And if we didn't send those beautiful B-2 bombers, they took them off my desk. They were right there. I don't know why. But if we didn't have those beautiful, the B-2 hit, which was so, we obliterated, despite CNN. CNN said, well, maybe the word obliteration. Said, no, we obliterated it. Just obliterated their nuclear potential. You would have had them having 2 weeks after that attack, had we not made the attack, they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have absolutely used it. And they would have used it on the entire Middle East, including Israel. And you know why you see that? Because unexpectedly, when this war broke out, unexpectedly, they started sending missiles to UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, and elsewhere. And nobody thought they were going to. Were you equally surprised by that, Pete?
Way more than we thought, Mr. President.
Pete, do you want to give about a 3-minute statement on how we're doing in this, as I call it, military operation? People don't like me using the word war, but so I won't. But the Democrats call it a war. How about a little statement? I think he's done a very good job. Do we agree he's done a good job, Mark Webb? Can we take some of your time?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. You're spot on. Never in history has a modern military, Iran had a modern military, a modern navy, a modern air force, modern air defenses, leadership, massive bunker. Never has a modern military been so rapidly and historically obliterated, defeated from day one with overwhelming firepower. The air campaign that we've conducted, that Israel's conducted alongside us, was one for the history books, truly. And it's because we have a president of the United States that when he sends his warfighters out to fight, he unties their hands to actually go out and close with and destroy the enemy as viciously as possible from moment one. And that's why we see ourselves as part of this negotiation as well. We negotiate with bombs. You have a choice as we loiter over the top of Tehran, as the president talked about your future. The president has made it clear that you will not have a nuclear weapon. The War Department agrees. Our job is to ensure that. And so we're keeping our hand on that throttle as long as hard as is necessary to ensure the interests of the United States of America are achieved on that battlefield. This is not Iraq and Afghanistan. This is not a president who's interested in vague end states. He's been very clear with us about what we need to accomplish, creating the conditions for them never to have a nuclear capability, and that's exactly what we're doing in historic fashion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Richard.
Mr. President,
You know, the only two people that were quite disappointed, I don't want to say this, but I have to. I said, Pete and General Raisin Kane, I think this thing's going to be settled very soon. Here they go. Oh, that's too bad. Pete didn't want it to be settled. It's these guys are doing a great job. That's a good attitude, though, Tom, right? They were not interested in settlement. They were interested in just winning this thing. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you, just taking things locally, hopefully not doing international affairs for a second, do you support the construction of the 2nd Avenue subway in New York City, and will your administration work to
Far out, correct? You know, the 2nd Avenue subway has been under construction for, you're a young guy, is longer than you are old, okay? That's been under construction. I haven't heard about the 2nd Avenue subway in 20 years. What the hell kind of a question is that? I guess they got to get it finished. They spent trillions of dollars practically. No, they spend more money on that than on anything, I think, in the history of our city, in New York City, and it's been under construction for a long time. It's very sad, actually. The only thing maybe worse was Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, his train, I call it his train wreck because it's a wreck. That's been years. It's literally 30 times over budget. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And it doesn't.
President Trump continuing to answer questions. We're going to take one more break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. President Trump wrapping up this news conference in the Oval Office after taking questions from reporters for a while there about the Iran war, a number of other topics as well, after swearing in Mark Wayne Mullen as the new Secretary of Homeland Security. Meanwhile, while all of that was happening with President Trump, we did hear from several of Florida's congressional delegations speaking at a news conference about the partial shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security. Rick Scott, Mike Herodopoulos, Randy Fine, they all spoke at a news conference just minutes ago. Here's what Senator Scott had to say during that news conference.
So here's what's so unfair. House members and senators make $174,000 a year. The average TSA agent makes $50,000 a year. Now, I've got one of my Democrat colleagues in the Senate said, "Oh, I can't go without pay. I've got a mortgage." He's making $174,000 a year. You know what the average net worth of a Democrat senator is? $3 million. So people in the Senate want to make sure they get paid, but they're okay with TSA agents not getting paid. TSA agents can't pay the mortgage, can't pay the rent, can't put food on the table. They're having to go to food banks in my state. They're quitting because they're sick and tired of being treated like dirt. It's the third shutdown in 6 months. Then on top of that, look at the public. Why are they doing this to the public? These waits where people go to the airport at 3 o'clock in the morning and miss a flight. So this is all for a message. You know, one of my Democrat colleagues in the Senate said, "No, we want it now. We want it now." Now, first off, they didn't even meet with us. This happened January 30th until last Thursday, March 18th, right? And they wouldn't meet Friday, and they wouldn't meet Saturday, and they wouldn't meet Sunday. Finally, yesterday they would meet. But they said, "Oh, what? We're going to hold out on ICE because maybe we can do amnesty then." So they don't want to take care of the men and women in this country that are worried about illegal aliens committing crimes. Just think, we just lost a college student in Chicago. What do these people say to people like Rachel Moran? Or what do they say to Laken Riley? Or this young lady Sheridan? What do they say to their families? So now what they do is they say, "Oh, no, we'll do it, but we're not going to fund ICE." That's crazy. Now they say, now some people say, well, ICE might be paid through the big beautiful bill. I hope it is. If everybody's so comfortable, then let's put it in whatever we do. And on top of that, we need to pass the Save America Act. We're not doing that. So what these Democrats are doing, it's unfair to our agents. Anybody that's not getting paid, they want to get paid. I've got a bill. No budget, no pay. You don't want to pay other people? You shouldn't get paid a dime. And if we're going to do something, we have got to make sure that ICE is paid. There cannot be any question but that ICE is paid. Some people are talking about reconciliation. It's very hard to pass a reconciliation. I think it's a pipe dream. Could happen. I think it's very difficult.
Senator Rick Scott just moments ago talking at that news conference. You see a couple of other Florida lawmakers as well there. I want to play for you the brief remarks from Mike Herodopoulos, Congressman Herodopoulos, at that same news conference just moments ago.
Well, thank you. It's just very clear. I'm a United States history teacher. And why do you form a government? To protect life, liberty, and property. And what's happened in the last few years is a shame on Congress for this simple reason. When we came into office in 2024, as a one simple issue, we wanted to secure the border. We finally secured the border. Now we need to rid our country of folks who have broken the law once they got here. And then the Democrats now have the gall to actually gut the Department of Homeland Security. It's just a fundamental responsibility of government to protect your life and property, and they're not stepping up. And most recently faced the challenge of Iran. And we have a real national security threat, as we've seen recent incidents right here in America. Republicans have stepped forward and funded the government. It's time for Democrats to simply meet their constitutional responsibility and their number one oath when they take the oath of office, and that is protect life and property. And we're here to ask them a simple thing. Pass the bill, pay the folks who've been unpaid for 39 days. They have mortgages, they have car payments, they're struggling, and we're turning our back on them. That's why we're here today, to stand up for them, for the people who work every single day to keep this country safe and do it in a thoughtful way.
At news conference just moments ago in our nation's capital. We are just about out of time here on Florida Live, but I want to let you know our live streaming news coverage continues digital platforms, so Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook. And one of the things that we're going to hear is an update from the Walton County Sheriff's Office, giving an update about a middle school student up there in Walton County that was arrested after being accused of stabbing 2 students and 1 adult. That happened at the school there. That student found about a block away from the school, the middle school in Walton County. Class there has been canceled. We just got an update from the sheriff's office there, and we're going to have that for you in just about 2 minutes on Fox 35 News Plus, on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. So we'll have that update for you. It's been a busy day. I know there have been a lot of live events and some national things that we've been tracking as well. But we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live. And again, going to get back to some more local stories in our next half hour of live streaming news coverage. So we hope you join us. If you're already watching us on those digital platforms, just sit tight. And if you're watching us on TV, we appreciate you joining us as we wrap up Florida Live on this Tuesday. Have a good afternoon.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. It is 3 o'clock. If you're just joining us, we heard just a little bit ago from the Sheriff's Office in Walton County, where up in the Panhandle, where we got an update on a stabbing at Walton Middle School, where a student has been arrested accused of stabbing 2 fellow students and 1 adult. Here is that update from the Sheriff's Office just moments ago.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus.
Hold on, I apologize there. Going to try to figure out what's going on with that audio and why we might not be getting any audio from that source. Give me 1 second here, and I'm going to route it into a different source. But again, here's what we know about that. It's a Walton Middle School student arrested. This stabbing happened earlier today. Let me take you now to that news conference just moments ago in Walton County. All right, and I'm still not getting audio from that, and really not sure why at this point. So we're going to take a quick break here, figure this out, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We've got the audio figured out here. We want to get you to this news conference that happened just moments ago in Walton County as we learn more about stabbing at a middle school there.
So I'm going to slow down and make sure that what we say is accurate first. We will take some questions, but again, very limited. We anticipate holding a press conference tomorrow. So here's what we know as of this time. Approximately 7:17 this morning, a suspect who is a student at Walton Middle School was dropped off at the entrance of Walton Middle School. The school was not open at the time. It's not normal school hours. It's early drop-off pickup. There were probably 40 students total, something like that, in the school. The student who is ultimately the suspect, walked directly into a bathroom down a hallway. From the time he enters until he walks out of that bathroom is about 2 minutes and 40 seconds. When he walked out of the bathroom, he's masked and is armed with a sharp implement, where he suddenly attacks the first student he comes in contact with, stabbing him multiple times. He then subsequently separates from that individual. The victim runs. The suspect goes down a hall, attacks a teacher. She suffered injuries, a paraprofessional suffering injuries. He continued running down the hallway, at some point making contact with a third victim who is also a student. That individual was stabbed. At this point, the first victim was incapacitated because of these injuries, where a teacher was rendering aid. The suspect fled the scene. He was ultimately encountered by officers of the Phoenix Springs Police Department, actually Chief Deputy Coaston as well. They took him in custody in fairly close vicinity of Walton Middle School. All right. Immediate life-saving aid was being offered and rendered to the two most seriously injured individuals. We had multiple ambulances there, as well as Phoenix Springs and Walton County Fire Rescue. One victim was life-flighted to Pensacola, another taken to Fort Walton Beach Medical, which is a level 2 trauma center. The third, the paraprofessional who did not sustain life-threatening injuries, was also taken to Fort Walton Beach Medical Center. At this point, there's no further danger to the public. This individual is in custody. He's being interviewed at the Walton County Sheriff's Office. We're going to make decisions on what is the appropriate charge, and that'll ultimately be the decision of the state's attorney's office. Here's what I want to say to you, and just very, very briefly, I'm not going to speak on motive, I'm not going to speak on anything else other than this. There is no extended risk to the public. This was handled very quickly from the time of this incident. Again, approximately 7:17, this suspect was in custody within about 7 minutes. The entire attack, the entire actual physical attack, took place in less than about 45 seconds. So as you can imagine, this happened very, very quickly. There was tremendous coordination with the Walton County School District, with the Phoenix Springs Police Department, and with our state's attorney's office. Everybody here worked very closely. The SRD and the school guardian were both on scene at the time this attack actually took place, just in different locations. Most students were not at the school, as I said before, maybe only 40 students there. They were reunified at another pre-planned location. I think that went really smoothly, all things considered. We were able to try and get information out to the parents and out to the public. This is the worst thing you can deal with as a sheriff, as a school professional, the police department, any one of us. This is what we all fear. And so we're going to do our best to do this correctly and do it right and be sensitive to the victims and their families. And with that, Mr. Hughes, is there anything that you wanted to address or touch on?
Just thank you, Sheriff, and Sheriff, to detail all of the specifics. Very difficult day for us. Children are our life, and we appreciate all the heroic things that a lot of people did standing around me. Sheriff's Department, the police department, and then we had teachers. As the sheriff said, we had teachers, we had guardians on site. They were right there. The student got out of the car from parents like a normal day, so there were no indicators that gave any light on this was about to occur. The sheriff again gave the details of how long it took, but I want to thank the parents for entrusting us with this. We got all the publications out as soon as we could to make sure everyone that was possibly impacted, every child and their families, would know what was happening. As Sheriff said, there was about 40, maybe 50 students on campus, so we kept most of the students on the buses because they had not been dropped off yet took them to our reunification site so that we could make sure all the parents could get them, and let the parents and guardians of the victims know as soon as possible what we were dealing with. So I want to just thank Sheriff and let the community know that we understand how difficult it is. We're in the kid business, and this is a challenging day, but I do want to thank there are a lot of heroic steps made, the planning that we do to make sure that children have a safe place to go to school on a daily basis. As difficult as it is, we're grateful for the things that happened today for those who were in position where they were supposed to be, so that we could minimize any of those things. Thanks,
Yeah, thank you. Just three things I want to touch on just real quickly. One, we would reiterate that I think as well as could be expected, the planning went forward, right? It's particularly in regard to responding, giving aid, and the reunification of parent and getting information out. So that's a good thing. We're asking the public to please, let's tamp down and hold back some of the wild hyperbole, some of the wild speculation about some of this stuff. It serves no purpose to anyone. And I realize that may fall on deaf ears, but this is such an emotional issue. But I would just caution you not to draw conclusions when you're in the absence of evidence, right? It is not good for anybody. And so I will at least try and say that. And then lastly, we're going to give you much more information tomorrow at a press conference, but I want to make sure that we're right, that we're thoughtful about what we do, and that we're professional in the way we do it. Chief, was there anything that you wanted to add, or anybody from your staff?
I just want to say that, we, upon receiving a 911 call, two of my units were on the scene within 2 minutes. Once on the scene, they learned more from the staff that was there about the suspect fleeing. That's where the coordination between Phoenix Springs Police Department and Walton County Sheriff's Office working together as close as we normally do. We were able to catch our suspect within 7 minutes. So that's pretty good timing. But this is our small town. This is our community. We all grew up with each other. We know each other. The suspects, the victims. It's just a tragic thing that our children shouldn't have to witness. And that's going to be the hard part. So just make sure you hug your kids tight and pray for our community.
Just real briefly, we'll entertain any questions that do not get into either motive or some of those things that we're just not going to be able to answer. We'll do that tomorrow. But is there something that I did not address factually today that you want me to address?
What's the grade of the student that was arrested?
They are all in the seventh grade is what we understand this morning.
That's correct.
Yeah.
What are the ages of the people involved, the suspects and the victims?
12 to 13 years of age. And then the paraprofessional is an adult. Okay.
Do we know if the suspect had any prior?
Not going to discuss that at this time. And listen, I need to be right. All this has just happened. Had not had time to ascertain the records. There's good coordination, but our first responsibility was to catch the suspect and render aid to the victims. So everything else is secondary. We're not in a rush at this point.
In terms of the aid to the victims, do we have any updates on their health right now?
They are two are in serious condition or critical condition. And at this point, that's really all I want to elaborate on for that.
What was the mask that the suspect was wearing?
It was balaclava, which is a partial face mask that exposes just the eyes. And the charges, we'll do that in consultation with the state's attorney's office. What is the appropriate charge today? I'll also caution you that whatever charges you see today are not necessarily the charges the state may decide to do later. That's a process. And so a lot of times the public sees a charge and they assume one thing. Why weren't they charged this way, or why? This is a process, and that's where the state attorney's office is really good to making sure that we get the appropriate charge for this case. And if there's no, yes, sir.
Has there been any consideration as to school the rest of the week?
Our intention is to get children back in school as soon as possible. School is a safe place, and that's where we want them. The parents need to be able to drop them off and go to work. So as soon as we get the site where we can get back in, we'll get there.
And we'll be through at the school. Our intention is to be through at the school processing that and available for cleanup today. That is our plan. So nothing else. We're going to hold any further questions unless there's anybody else. Last call. Okay, then we're going to deal with the rest of this tomorrow and have more information. So thank you for your time and your professionalism.
Officials in Walton County giving an update on what sounded like a scary situation there at the Walton Middle School earlier today. before the school day started. They say only about 40 kids in there at the time when a student walked in, went into the bathroom, put on a mask, came out carrying a knife, ended up stabbing 2 students and a paraeducator there. They have all been taken to the hospital. You heard, I believe, at the very least, serious condition. I may have heard him say critical condition as well. 7th graders. So a scary situation there. We know class at Walton Middle School was canceled today. They may be back in class tomorrow. We are expecting more updates from the Walton County Sheriff's Office, the prosecutors as well, the state attorneys in that area tomorrow. So we'll keep an eye out for an updated news conference at some point tomorrow. So we will continue to keep our eyes on that story. But again, that news conference wrapping up just moments ago. And that's all we know at this point about that stabbing at Walton Middle School earlier today. Now let's talk a little politics here. It is Playbook Tuesday, where often in our 2 o'clock hour we talk about politics with our friends at Politico. We were listening in on President Trump this afternoon, but Fox 35's Johnny Jackson had the chance to speak with Politico reporter Gary Fineout about the big politics stories across the state that we are following on this Tuesday and what we need to watch the rest of the week.
Well, we have 3 special elections that are occurring. They've all occurred because of vacancies in those seats. One of them is a state Senate seat around Tampa that was held by Jay Collins. There's also a House seat down in Palm Beach County that had been held by another lawmaker who was appointed to a position by Governor DeSantis. And then there's another seat in Polk County. A lot of people are watching the seat in Palm Beach County. That district includes Mar-a-Lago. It includes President Trump, and President Trump has voted in that election. Records show that he voted by mail. Even though he has been very critical of mail-in voting, he did himself cast a ballot by mail. And the Democrats have put a lot of money and effort into this. They're trying to capitalize on a wave of special election successes, somewhat in Florida and in other states. The situation in Florida, some of those seats have still been won by Republicans, but the margins have been much tighter. So they put a lot of effort into this race. It's gotten a little hot and heavy in the last week or so in terms of mailers and other things being said about the 2 candidates. But it is something we will be watching tonight to see whether or not the Democrats are continuing to make inroads, with the fact that Trump's popularity has dropped in the polls. And, can the Democrats make enough ground to flip the seat? It won't change the situation in the legislature. The Republicans do have a safe supermajority. But again, it's going to be the symbolism. Can they flip the seat of the district where President Trump lives?
And with some of the surprises that we've seen, especially with Boca Raton, I think Democrats winning it by like a single vote or in the single digits there. What could it potentially mean for Democrats if they do shift the seat where President Trump lives?
Well, if the Democrats are actually able to flip it, you will see a great deal of celebration among the ranks of Democrats. And, an assertion, we're not completely, as Ron DeSantis once said, famously about the Democrats in the past year or so, he said they've been left for dead by the side of the road. So I'm sure that they will try to make some sort of hay out of it if, in fact, they are able to flip it. But they'll probably still put a positive spin on it if they also make it tight, if they make it close. This is, in fact, a Republican seat, this district in Palm Beach County. I believe it was won by Trump by 11 points, if I remember correctly. So you're going to see anything that shows that the Democrats closing the gap, they're going to make a hay out of it. It's going to be a much tougher battle on the 2 other seats. The one in the Tampa area, that's pretty much a solid Republican seat. Unlike the House, and the difference here is that the Democrats didn't pour a lot of money and attention and time into the state Senate seat in Tampa. So if that one stays Republican, that's not going to be a great shock. And the other seat that's up is in Polk County, and that's essentially the person who was holding the seat in Polk County is running now for the state Senate seat in Tampa. So that's a pretty much safe Republican seat. But again, it's just a matter of, as we get closer and closer to the midterms, are we seeing evidence of Democrats coming out in force? Are they engaged? are they wanting to make a point against the current political environment? And that's what we're going to be looking for.
When we look at the state legislature, it feels like a whole lot of nothing right now.
Well, I would say you're in a bit of limbo. I mean, clearly the legislature wrapped up its session earlier this month. They passed about 200 plus bills, but they didn't pass a budget. And they didn't pass, they didn't tackle property taxes, which we've been talking about this now for about a year. We keep hearing about this. And there's all this, consideration about when's the governor going to come out with a plan, and we still don't know that. And the governor has recently said, well, I thought we should handle it in a special session anyway, but nothing official has been announced. So that we don't have a plan on property taxes from the governor, that nothing official has been announced. And then we do have a redistricting special session that's also scheduled for April 20th. And then we have the budget, which they need to have a budget in place by July 1st. So they have some time. But this is an election year, and normally the legislature doesn't want to be spending, half the summer in Tallahassee. They want to be out campaigning and getting ready for the election season.
Are there any tea leaves to be read, so to speak, from this being the second legislative session in a row that, we reach the end, there's no budget, and a lot of the big picture items just aren't close to resolved?
Well, there has been a problem with the relationship between the House Speaker and the Senate President, and then there's been a problem with the relationship between the House and the governor, and so that's fed into it. And they managed to sort of get a deal done last year, but that residual sort of mistrust and bad feelings continue to linger on, and that's what's in place here. And so right now you have at least the communication from the House is, look, we want a smaller budget. We don't want to spend as much money, and the Senate doesn't agree with us. And there's, not getting into the thick of it, but there's a sort of there's a balancing act that occurs with the legislature in the House and Senate. And the thing about it is that the House is sort of insinuating that there's nothing that they really want, that they don't really need to trade for anything. And that's usually a part of the legislative process is you get this, I get that, that's how we get done. And right now the House is like, no, we don't want a lot of things. We just want the budget to be a certain amount. And they haven't been able to reach an understanding yet to move that forward. So that's out there. I mean, now I'm not saying this is going to happen, but the thing is that the budget they have to do. Everything else, they don't. I mean, the governor has certainly, Governor DeSantis went on Hannity this week, and he talked again about how he could, quote, skate by in his last year in office because he feels like he's accomplished a lot, but that he wants to get property taxes and redistricting done. Okay. But the thing is, you can't get those things done without the legislature. The fact of the matter is that you can't do any major property tax overhaul unless it goes to the voters. You need the legislature to vote to put it on the ballot. The governor doesn't have the power to put something on the ballot by himself. Likewise, redistricting is something else that would have to be done by the legislature. So we know we have a firm date for the redistricting special session, but we don't have any firm dates on, and again, no plan for property taxes. So how's that all going to play out? When is that going to happen? Now, there is a drop dead date on property taxes, which is August 10th. Under Florida's Constitution, that's the deadline you're going to have in order to have something on the ballot for November. So again, there's time, but it's just, I mean, I just like, we're kind of in this weird limbo right now, and we don't know what's going to happen. And, I think the question politically is, you've had a lot of lawmakers, Republicans, have been telling voters now for close to a year, we're going to do something on property taxes. So the question is there a risk associated with not being able to get it done? Now, I'm not saying that's not going to happen. I think some sort of plan you would think is going to emerge. The question is that plan what everybody wants? An important thing to remember is you need 60% to pass a constitutional amendment in Florida. And because it's 60%, that means it's easier for the other side to get the votes they need to kill it. So, and so the question, and the governor sort of has alluded to it, and some of the legislators have alluded to it, is you've got to come up with a plan that is going to clear 60%. And so what does that look like? and we don't know yet what it's going to be.
So looking ahead, what's next in Florida politics that we
Well,
should keep an eye on?
I think we're all waiting, unfortunately, sort of waiting to see what's going to happen in D.C. with Homeland Security. Are they going to get a deal there? And then, see what happens with the Save America Act. Florida passed its version of the Save America Act, but actually the provisions, special provisions involving proof of citizenship and no longer being able to use student IDs for voting, those don't take effect till 2027. And it's interesting, as part of the debate up in D.C. is that the president wants to also address mail-in voting. Well, the thing is in Florida, the state has what's called excuse-free mail-in voting. Anyone can ask for a mail-in ballot. The president would like to change that. And so I'm going to be interested to see whether or not there's an actual vote up in Congress and how Florida Republicans are going to, the two Republican senators, how are they going to deal with that? Are they going to go along with something that says that would sort of upend what they've known is the political way of doing things in Florida?
It was Politico reporter Gary Fineout speaking earlier today, giving us a lot of food for thought there about what to expect when it comes to the upcoming special sessions that are needed, about the budget, one that we're also expecting about redistricting, and just talking about the greater political situation and kind of what we're watching here. Obviously, still a lot of questions ahead about funding for the Department of Homeland Security. Agency is still under a partial government shutdown because funding has lapsed, and there is a bit of a standoff when it comes to the Congress about funding that. So we will continue to watch that. Obviously, this afternoon we listened in live as President Trump swore in Mark Wayne Mullen as the new Homeland Security Secretary. So we'll see if that shakes things up at all, if that maybe changes some of the math for Democrats and Republicans to come to some sort of deal about that. We've been continuing to track the impact at airports across the country when it comes to the TSA wait times because of a shortage of TSA workers who may have left the job or who may have called in sick because they're not getting paid right now. We know that at some airports, ICE agents have been called in to help with that. We should note they have not been called into Orlando International Airport. I'm looking at the wait times right now for TSA at MCO. It's showing 8 to 11 minutes for gates 1 to 59, about 24 to 27 minutes for gates 70 to 129, and then the Terminal C gates showing 9 to 13 minutes. So not too bad. The longest wait time showing about half an hour, a little less than half an hour for gates 70 to 129. But you just want to prepare accordingly if you are going to be flying. All of this among an influx of spring break travelers over these next few weeks from different parts all over the country. We also had an update this afternoon from the NTSB. We don't have time to get into that. You can find that, though, on YouTube, where the NTSB gave a little bit of an update on the LGA runway crash at LaGuardia Airport in New York City, where we've learned that a transponder wasn't working on the fire truck that ended up crossing paths and ended up being hit by that jet on the runway. So just a sad situation there. And that airplane, the wrecked airplane, remains out on the tarmac even as LaGuardia Airport is back open. A couple of things for this afternoon. We're continuing to monitor the Orange County Commission meeting where they're expected to discuss here soon some of the key contract provisions that could break an impasse in contract negotiations between the county and the firefighters union. And then in about an hour and 15 minutes, we're expecting a news conference from NASA. Jared Isaacman, a number of other officials going to be answering questions from reporters about all these announcements that were made today. Scrapping Gateway, the plans for the new lunar base, a number of other things that were discussed. So we'll have that live streaming for you on YouTube around 4:45. We're out of time, though. I'm going to hand things